And a welcome here to Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora. Thank you for your patience here this morning as we got set and ready to go. It is your first full week of February. What February literally came like a thief. Well, I don't want to say that because Jesus is the only one that's going to come like a thief in the night, but in a good way, not a bad way, folks. Read the Bible. You should. But February kind of snuck right in here. It just kind of happened. It was like, hi, I'm February. Sup, y'all? And it was like the end of January, beginning of February, just kind of crept right in over the weekend. And so here we are, and I hope you're doing well. And I hope you had a wonderful January. If it was trying at times, I hope it gets better. I hope your February's better than your January, no matter what your January was. So hope you're doing well. Hope you're staying safe. And hope you're having yourselves a fun morning this morning. Of course, we are here inside of the Great Lakes Honda City studios, and I ask that you only have fun on this broadcast. I ask that you spend some time with Murph and I as we start off your week, as we always do. DT and Murphy comes to you on Wake Up Call to start your week off, week in and week out, and I hope that, we can bring a little bit of cheer, a little bit of positivity to you, and obviously from Murph and I, we send the best to everybody who needs it, and we send you prayers, love, and well wishes, and hope that everyone is doing well. And I want to give a shout out to my parents on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora. I want to give a shout out to my second parents and Papa Joe and Mary. And I want to give a shout out to parents that have always been good to me. So, to all the parents out there, to all the guardians out there that are just doing amazing things, thank you. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that to Mr. and Mrs. Murphy, two of my favorite people to conversate with when I get to see them. So if you're listening, Mr. and Mrs. Murphy, or if you listen at some point, just know that I appreciate the burgers, the fries, the Old Bay seasoning, and definitely appreciate the time that we get to spend around the kitchen table in the island area. I've had some really cool conversations with Murph's parents, and they're wonderfully strong people. So I just want to send you my love. I know I always talk about my mom and dad, but I want to talk about Mr. and Mrs. Murphy today and send them some love. Here on Wake Up Call, up and down the East Coast, the Midwest, the West Coast, and all around the globe, YouTube and Facebook.com, both /Wake Up Call DT, and on wakeupcalldt.podbean.com. So wherever you are, thanks for hanging out with us Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And like I said, we're inside of these Great Lakes Honda City studios, and Great Lakes Honda City, it don't get better than them. I know that when it comes to buying a car, leasing a car, we don't like going to dealerships. Why? Because we feel like they lie, they waste our time, they nickel and dime you, this, that, and the third. Well, I've been going to Great Lakes Honda City for over a decade, and I appreciate the fact that they've worked with me. Even if it's a few bucks here and doing something there and helping out when it comes to service of the vehicle, they have done right by me over time, and that's why I'm still there. So thanks to Elijah, thanks to Malik, thanks to Mark, thanks to the whole team at Great Lakes Honda City. I appreciate y'all so very much. Like I said, Murph is here with me on Mondays, and we're literally starting off February together. February 1st was yesterday, so happy February. It's February 2nd today. It is the week of the NFL title. You can't say that word Uber Soul because apparently it's owned. Like, people say it, but you can't say it, but you can kind of like write it. I don't know. I still don't understand the full rules of it, but the NFL title game this week, the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks. So Murph and I are going to be doing some really cool things with that. We'll talk about the college football playoff, and we're going to show you some sports cards, which I'm very excited about. So with all of that being said, the Murphalation station has pulled in, and we're happy to have him here. Murph, how we doing?
Doing well, my friend. Unfortunately, Punxsutawney Phil did see his shadow this morning.
Of course
So,
he did.
of course, we will be having 6 more weeks of winter. So, happy Groundhog Day to all of you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's nice to be back. I know I missed last week, but we're ready to roll today.
Yeah, in Poxitani Phil, I didn't even bother to look because based on the winter we've had here in Central New York, I knew you were going to see your shadows. So I was this is one of the things where they say there's no sure things in life, and I'm like, sometimes there is Poxitani, sometimes there just is some sure things in life. So
Yep.
I was not anxiously awaiting him to tell me what I already know. So I think 6 weeks of summer right? Or 6 weeks of winter right now. 6 weeks of summer would be great, but 6 weeks of winter, more than that, let's hope. But
I'd say go to Florida, but it's pretty damn cold down there too.
it's cold in Florida. Dallas had an ice skating rink recently, but I just, to everybody out there, I think 6 more weeks of winter is generous, because if you live in central and upstate New York, we're probably going to get 8 to 10 more weeks of winter, but not a lot of snow. I drove to Rochester yesterday. The weather was clear. There were blue skies. The sun came out multiple times. When I drove home last night, it said 1 degree, and I just kept staring at it on my dashboard, going like, if it goes to 0, will it show me? Like, does my car say negative numbers, or does it just like go to 0 and stop? So always just like the Y2K, when they're like, the computer's not going to know what to do with zeros, but it did. So happy to be here with y'all, and 26 years after they said the world was going to end. So how about that? Maybe don't always listen to the media. So Murph and I are hanging out. We're going to do some friendly wagers and predictions on the NFL title game. I'm really excited about this because you step away from everything, and we can do some things about, an anytime touchdown and stuff like that. But then we can also do like, who do we think is going to appear? What commercials do we think is going to be there? So I want to show you something that I predicted a year ago, almost a calendar year ago. It was after the NFL title game ended last season. So this is last February. I wrote something on this piece of paper. I don't know if Murph remembers this. I wrote this on this piece of paper.
I don't know that I do.
Talking about the title game, I said, where is it? In California. Okay. So it's going to be Spanish music. That was my prediction. I said, California, Spanish music. There's only one person it could be. And I wrote this last year. And Bad Bunny's going to be there.
And I will not be watching the halftime show, folks. Just so you know.
Yeah, but Bad Bunny.
I will be watching the All American halftime show put on by Turning Point USA. I will not be watching Bad Bunny.
But it's just,
I don't approve of men wearing dresses singing Spanish music at the biggest sporting event of the year. So I will not be watching that. Well, I will watch the game, but I will not be watching the halftime show.
Well, here's the thing that I thought. I mean, I didn't even know. When I wrote down Bad Bunny, it's because I hit one of his songs with Drake. I like a couple of his songs, I think, but I liked one of his songs with Drake. I didn't know like his wardrobe and all the stuff, and I didn't know any of these things going into it. That was a prediction, and I trusted my prediction. I was like, if it's going to be in California, it's going to be Spanish music, and obviously that's part of my heritage.
But why though?
So. It's part of the heritage. It's part of the culture. And
you would think maybe a Miami game would have that.
California's got.
I don't know. I don't necessarily get why California though.
Well, California. You got to think about it like this. California is more. I don't even know how to word it, but California is different, obviously, than some other states, and they do some things I agree with, and they do some things I don't. But there is a population of people that have, Hispanic descent, and San Diego's close to the border. I know the game's not in San Diego, but there's, the difference between San Diego and Mexico is not that far. And so, I think when it came to maybe assimilating Spanish culture, it happened maybe easier or quicker in California. I can't speak to the day-to-day, but, it seems like maybe that is something that had something to do with it, was the assimilation was a little bit easier. So, for me, I enjoy it and I'm excited about it because of the fact, not necessarily what's coming in the halftime show, but I approve of having cultural connections because I did some history, kind of not on purpose, but did some history back in the day about my Italian culture and how the KKK was not very happy with Italians assimilating and did some things that I think people think only happened to a certain group of people, but it actually happened to more than just certain people. And, people know the KKK today and say, okay, well, they don't like African Americans and they don't like Hispanics. Well, they also were not fans of Italians, and they tried to do certain things historically, and it backfired. And I want to shout out my Italian culture for not living in fear. I don't think anybody should. So, I mean, assimilation is tough. And I think, to me, I was just thinking Spanish music, it was going to happen. Now, I wrote that as a prediction. It was correct. It was a prediction that, I found out months later when they made the announcement, or whenever they made it, that was correct. And so I kind of kept that here because I've done a couple predictions on a napkin. One of them was almost right. That one was right. The one that was almost right when I had Houston in winning the national championship in the NCAA men's basketball D1 tournament. They got close, but they haven't won it yet. I do like Kelvin Sampson. I always love talking with the team each year. It's one of the teams
they still had that single, that WTF moment at the end of the game last year. I watched my team win, and I watched that moment. I'm like, what did I just watch?
Yeah.
At the end of that game.
Yeah.
That was the most bizarre ending to a basketball game I have ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah, and I remember just how weird and just like not getting a shot off, and it was just really strange and confusing, and you almost like, if you're Kelvin Sampson, you're just kind of standing there like, what I mean, what was that?
Literally.
So
everybody thought that. It was like a what in the world just happened?
Yeah, it was a very strange occurrence, but hopefully they can get back, and hopefully they could do something with it. But yeah, I mean, a long story short, when it comes to the music thing, it was a prediction that I held. It was a prediction that came true, and there's got to be different things that people can pay attention to, whatever they want to watch and whatever they want to do. And the only thing that I would say to this country is just, stop with the divisiveness. Just stop. It doesn't do us any good, okay? Every enemy that America has is so happy that you hate your neighbor. I want you to know that. You are pleasing, and I'm not going to name the places, but you're pleasing those places. You are pleasing every enemy, every dictator, everyone that seeks to demolish America. You are doing a fantastic job by hating your neighbor. And I mean, back in the day, we would vote, and if you got your person, then you were happy. If you didn't, then you moved on, and maybe you were upset about it, or you questioned it, and then you ate spaghetti and meatballs and moved on with your life. And so, I mean, I feel like we spend so much time just fighting about mindless stuff. And I mean, I've said it's crept into dating. You go on dating apps and people got all their political beliefs and all their pronouns and all the stuff that
I can't stand that.
And it's to the point where, I will look at someone's profile and be like, nope, just based on the crap that's on there, because none of it has to do with dating. None of it has to do with getting to know people. It's just like this. And some people will write it. Some people will be like, if you voted for this person, don't talk to me. If you believe in this, don't talk to me. People are proud to be, God haters and all this stuff. And
I instantly swipe left at those people. Right. But if I see pronouns, if I see activist, if I see anything like that. Also, if I see a bull ring or a septum ring or whatever the hell they call that, instant swipe left.
I don't even know what that is. But no, I mean, I just, let's try. Just try. Let's try. And by the way, dating apps that ask you about your political leanings and all of these other things, they are set, in my opinion, this is my opinion. When you fill out certain things online, like dating apps, and they ask you questions that are invasive, and when they're asking about politics and religion and what you stand for and what are the activist things that you do and all this stuff, and what there was one, and I'm not kidding about this, it was like, do you believe in conspiracy theories? It was asking me about voting. There was like 50 questions instead of 5 to 10. So I just want to tell you that I firmly believe, and I could be wrong, and don't mute this because free speech is important. I firmly believe that dating apps and other apps are set up to be a census, and the government is tracking all of this information. I firmly believe that you are being tracked by what you write and how you write it, and that's why I don't answer those questions. I'll put I'm Catholic and Christian, but I will not answer the other questions. You don't deserve to know. And so I just feel like that we just need to stop being divided. We just do. Because this is what typically happens with the title game, right? We watch the game, some of us watch the halftime show, some of us don't. I mean, I watched the halftime show last year, and it wasn't great.
Was last year Kendrick?
Kendrick was last year. It wasn't great,
Hmm.
but it was okay. And I like Kendrick Lamar. The show.
I thought it was great how he did the song that the NFL didn't want him to do. The Not Like Us, the diss track of Drake.
Yeah.
I honestly thought that was funny. But this is the first time I'm firmly sitting here saying I will not watch the halftime show. And it has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with well, maybe a little bit. But my biggest issue with it is the fact that they I think they're forgetting who their audience is. To put a guy who hates America, dresses in drag on a national stage, there will be children watching this, is completely inappropriate. I've never, and you know, I don't like to let my politics get involved in what I watch and whatnot.
Yeah.
But this is the first time that I could safely sit here and saying I will not watch. And don't get me wrong, I knew nothing about him other than the fact that he was a Spanish singer prior to watching Happy Gilmore 2. He was funny in Happy Gilmore 2.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about him. Then he's doing a halftime show, and all this stuff comes out. All the way he dresses, the way he acts, the fact that he's, actively saying, oh, I hate America, and this, that, and the other. Why would you put somebody in the halftime show that hates this country? This is this country's biggest day of the year outside of the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Seriously, this is the biggest sporting event in all of professional sports. Don't give me the World Cup. Don't give me the Olympics. This is the single biggest sporting event in the world. In the United States especially, but in the world. Hundreds of millions of people watch this game every single year. I guarantee you there will be many, many more people watching the Turning Point halftime show, watching the All-American halftime show than there will be watching Bad Bunny. Because I don't care to see. Now, I'm not a fan of Spanish music. Nothing against it. I'm not a fan of it. So, I may not have necessarily watched it anyway. But because of who it is and because of how he presents himself and how he, acts in this country, if you're going to work and live in this country, if you hate this place, why would you work and live here?
Yeah. Well,
that's my biggest problem with it. Also, the All-American halftime show will have country music on there, and I'm waiting for the day that they decide to put a country act for the halftime show. Maybe it'll take when it comes to Nashville, but who knows? You've had events in the South, in the Deep South, and not had country artists.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
a lot of people in America listen to country music.
Well, and I mean, and it's clear, and they come out of the woodwork. I had no idea the amount of country music fans that lived in Syracuse, New York, and then I worked country concerts, and I experienced how many people came to Faith Hill and came to Tim McGraw, and
we just had Jason Aldean at the PPL Center on Friday.
Yeah, no, there's been so many. Brooks and Dunn.
It was packed.
Brooks and Dunn's the only one that would sell out, and there's been tremendous support of country music, and so I mean, this is what I'll say. We live in a country with freedom of speech. We live in a country with the freedom to be who you are. There are consequences to there's consequences in life. And I think that, if you hate a country and then you use all of its resources, you're a giant hypocrite. And I think that if I hated Italy and I, went in the streets and kept waving my American flag, I would imagine at some point I'd be asked to leave or have my visa revoked or whatever. And so, I mean, I would just suggest to the people that live in the United States of America, if you hate this country, so vehemently, then go somewhere else. Go live somewhere else. And I think somebody put it really well is, they said, you hate this country so much, but you would never go back to the country that you came from. So I feel like there are people that abuse the freedoms of America and then continue to live within them. And I tell people this all the time. Your right to go out there and be yourself and dress how you want and talk how you want. A lot of countries don't have that. A lot of countries would not be happy with you speaking about their government. A lot of countries would not be happy about you looting and burning their streets down. They would not be happy with the way you dress. Some women have to be completely covered when they're in a country. Some women can't drive in certain countries. They're not allowed a lot of normal, basic things that we're allowed every day. So all I would say is when you live in America and you use America's freedoms and you talk about how you hate it, go live somewhere else. Go live in some of the places that you're wearing t-shirts and having banners for. Do it for a week and tell me how that goes. And I feel like society lives in this online world where we can say that we're an activist or we stand up for something or something matters to us, but a lot of those people are never actually doing anything. They're just trying to get clicks. And when I tell you, like, I care about the poor, I've served in soup kitchens. When I tell you that I care about the homeless, I've slept in the city of Scranton on the steps in the middle of the city when it was 20 degrees outside. When I tell you I don't want people to kill themselves and give up on their lives, I've done retreats where I've had to humble myself and we've cried together and laughed together. And I've told stories and other people have told stories that have moved me to keep going and hopefully for other people to keep going. I don't live in a world where I'm going to talk about helping people and then I'm going to sit in my ivory tower. I don't like people that sit in ivory towers. So, the best thing that I could say to you is enjoy the game, have fun, and let's just stop with all of this BS. Let me tell you something, okay? And I'm not going to name who they are, but you know who they are, okay? There's two parties in America. They have two different colors that differentiate them. There's two gangs that people know in America. They have two different colors that differentiate them. We're acting like we're acting like gang wars. That this is the world we live in now. It's okay to shoot somebody I don't like. It's okay to spit at somebody, slap someone, yell at someone that I don't like. We have literally become a country divided like we're in a gang. And the last time I checked, the United States of America had both of those colors in the flag. So we can't live without all of those colors being together. So we can either realize we're all a part of the same thing, or we can make sure that God comes here a lot faster. We decide. Okay? Think about it. We're here to talk about the title game. The Seahawks are going up against the Patriots. This is a huge moment. It's a rematch to some people historically. I think the players on this team would tell you, I don't really care about that. Maybe some of them do, but they're trying to win this one. You have Drake May on one side, who is a kid I covered in college, and during COVID, they had Sam Howell at North Carolina, and so I'm watching that team, and Sam Howell was this Heisman hopeful, and I was like, I don't really see, and it was no offense to Sam, I was like, I don't really see here, what North Carolina is doing passing the ball. They were running the ball well, and they had Javonte Williams and Michael Carter. Then after that, they go to Drake May, and I had the opportunity to talk with Drake May and be around, obviously be covering this North Carolina team for over a decade now. And so with Drake, I was really high on him. He was the number one quarterback that I had on my mind coming out a couple years ago. And then I watched the film and I changed my mind because I hadn't really watched Jaden Daniels and I didn't think it was fair to make decisions without watching everybody. I always talk about, do your research. Don't just talk out of your behind. And we can all be better with that. So I looked up the guys, I watched the guys, and I said, all right, you know what? Jaden Daniels, I think, is going to have the best rookie season. I think Bo's going to have the second best, Bo Nix. And so Drake was somebody that I was a little concerned that it took him longer than I liked on film to get the ball downfield. And I said, I don't know how that's going to translate to the NFL. So he's there last year. the team's not doing well. I thought Vrabel should have been their coach 2 years ago and not been hired this past year. That was just my opinion. When Tennessee made a stupid decision and let him go, I had predicted that he would be the guy, enough for me to put a picture out there with him having the Patriots logo on his polo shirt, and I was like, this is what they should do. And somebody actually found it this past offseason and reposted it, so shout out to them. But, I definitely thought that Vrabel should be the head coach. Nothing against Gerard Mayo. I thought if Vrabel was available to return to the place where he knows what it takes to win an NFL title, that it would make sense to put him out there, because I thought, here's a good coach that got fired to me unfairly. So he gets the job. Drake comes in this season, sophomore season, and my prediction this season was that Drake would potentially have a better sophomore season. Like he would elevate. I thought, hands down, without a doubt, Caleb would have the opposite of a sophomore slump, and he did with Caleb Williams with the Bears. And then my second belief was that Drake May could have an uptick, and he absolutely has. He's been fantastic. He's only in his second year. Yeah, he's only in his second year in the NFL and could be an NFL champion. And then on the other side of it, we have the resurgence and the second coming of Sam Darnold. We have seen this with other quarterbacks in the country. We have seen guys that have been left for dead. Baker Mayfield is a really good example of that has found a way to resurrect their career. Geno Smith, and ironically, Geno and Sam both resurrected their careers in Seattle. Well, Sam Darnold's been fantastic. He was with the Jets. He was drafted by the Jets. He bounced around and was with the Vikings last year. And they got far, but, halted. And so he comes to Seattle. They get rid of Geno. And, obviously Minnesota was making a decision to start J.J. McCarthy, the guy they drafted last year and had gotten injured. So Sam going to Seattle, I think a lot of people probably left them for dead, maybe said 7 or 8 wins. And Seattle has been flourishing. Jackson Smith-Njigba is arguably the best out there. Him and Puka Nacua of the Rams when it comes to receivers. And, of course, they have a backfield with Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker III. Covered Kenneth when he was in college. And, we know that the second coming of the Legion of Boom, some people call it, the 12th man, of course, with their fan base. So we know that Seattle has a lot to offer, and so does New England. And these were two teams that were not anticipated or expected to be that good. New England was a step out of being the number one team in the AFC. Seattle was the number one team in the NFC, coming out of the most difficult division in the NFL currently, which is the NFC West, which boasted of 3 of their 4 teams having at least 11 wins in the regular season. Seattle being the top of those teams, but the final week, week 18, could have shifted around Seattle, San Francisco, and the Los Angeles Rams. So both of these teams have given us the fact that 2 underdogs will fight for the championship. It's not your usual suspects. New England is already back, just a few years removed of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick of this past season. So I know people are, New England fans are probably in complete delight, thinking that this maybe was never going to happen again, let alone happen just a few years later. And Seattle has a chance after being a Super Bowl, a NFL title caliber team. They're now an NFL title team caliber essence again. So I think these are 2 great stories and 2 fan bases that probably didn't think that their teams would get back here at this point. And it's set up a championship game that I think more people will watch than not, because it isn't your usual players.
Can I also just make a point of something real quick, folks? Sam Darnold is 28 years old.
Yeah.
He's been in the NFL for 8 years. 8 years. He's only 5 years older than Drake May. Let's just think about that for a minute.
Yeah.
He came into the NFL at 20. He's been in the league for 8 years. He's only 28 years old. And he's getting to start his first Super Bowl. He is younger than guys who... He's younger than Tyler Shuck, I'm pretty sure. Or he's only a year older than him. Tyler Shuck was just drafted in 2025.
Yeah.
That is the crazy part about this, is that he is still so young. He is a how long? Hang on. I gotta find out exactly how much. Hang on. Sam Darnold is less than a year older than me.
Yeah.
That is so bizarre to think about.
Yeah.
Just starting to look though at both of these teams. New England, can you give someone else a turn, please?
Yeah.
You've been there enough. You've won enough. Let's give someone else a turn. Kate, my sister-in-law, who is a big New England Patriots fan, sorry, not sorry. I hope they get killed. I hope they get smoked by the Seahawks in this game. No, but Drake May versus Darnold is going to be the conversation of the week, and we know that the Patriots' path to this game has been an absolute cakewalk.
Well, they did come into the season with what was considered the NFL's easiest schedule or one of the easiest schedules.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh yeah. The only time they played really good teams outside of Buffalo, they lost in the regular season. So they won 12. They won 13. 14 games. They won 14 games. Absolute cakewalk of a schedule. They get to the postseason. They beat who they beat the first round? Texans. Right?
Yeah, they beat the Texans. They beat the Texans.
They beat a Texans team. Actually, no, they beat the Texans in. No, they beat the Texans in the divisional round, didn't they?
No, the Patriots. The Patriots came in. They went. Oh, they beat the Chargers. Then they beat the Texans.
That's right.
Yes, they beat the.
They
Chargers
played the Chargers, who looked like they didn't have a heartbeat.
You can tell. You can tell how focused I was on the CFP. Where I'm like,
yeah,
I know I saw them play somebody. Oh yeah, the Chargers were the 7th seed.
I know we were so locked into the college football playoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they played the Chargers, who looked like they didn't have a heartbeat in the wild card round.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud played the worst game of his career in the divisional round. Neither one of those teams I thought were very good. Yeah. The AFC this year was very weak. There were teams that made the playoffs that had no business making the playoffs.
See, I feel like the AFC was strong. It's just the NFC had that one division that was so good in the NFC West. But see, I think, with Bo Nix,
I think it was top heavy.
Denver with Bo Nix, very strong. Patriots were a strong team. I think the Chargers were a sneaky team that was overshadowed by the successes of the Denver Broncos. Jacksonville was a good team this year. Houston came in on a crazy winning streak. I think the AFC was good. I just think the NFC had the NFC West, and they had 3 teams within that division. Not necessarily that I thought were going to win the title, but they had 3 teams. I didn't think San Fran was going to win it this year. But they had, sorry, Anthony, and I love you dearly, but they had 3 teams in that division that were so good. I didn't think Philly was the same this year. I thought Chicago was good, but Chicago was always living on this lifeline of the fact that they could just have a heartbeat at the last possible second, and they ran out of time. Green Bay's an enigma. They've been an enigma for the last 4 or 5 years. When they're supposed to, people think they're going to lose, they win. When they think they're going to win, they lose. They're never.
I still can't believe they lost that game.
But they never make sense. Green Bay doesn't make sense. They're never out there, but they're not. I mean, they're never out of a game, but at the same time, it's like they're wildly inconsistent. I think that both sides of this had fantastic teams, and I feel like we what we had stolen from us, like Jacksonville's season ending as early as it did on a tipped interception, that was just a heartbreaking thing. Buffalo,
they had a brutal draw,
right?
That was a brutal draw.
Buffalo with Josh Allen again, and then, me being concerned that if they lost again, that they would get rid of Sean McDermott, and just feeling like that could be a writing on the wall, and it was, and I feel bad for Sean, and I feel
nothing's going to change
that whole situation. Well, yeah, no, Joe Brady's
I said it on this show. Their coach was either going to be Brian Dable or Joe Brady, and it was Joe Brady. So
here's the thing, though. Like when you hire someone that worked for him, why even get rid of him? Here's my thing, Joe Brady. Why don't you hire Sean McDermott to be on your staff and then go win a title together? But I think there was great teams throughout this thing. I didn't think the Chargers were going to do it because the Broncos were in their way. No matter what, I felt like eventually they're going to have to play the Broncos. But the Patriots, such a good team. The Broncos, such a good team. We talk about Patriots, and their defense and how they could show up. The Broncos defense showing up, Jacksonville's defense showing up, Houston's defense showing up. Then you have a team like Seattle and what they can do. So, I mean, there's all of these. I thought this was fantastic because we saw a beautiful rainbow of colors that came from teams that we don't typically see in the postseason at all, let alone the 1 seed, the 2 seed, the 3 seed. And so I love the fact that this featured Jacksonville, Seattle, the Broncos being better, the Patriots being back, the fact that the Chargers with, I told everybody about Oronde Gadsden II coming out of Syracuse. I hope some of y'all believe me and drafted him because he definitely did well by me in fantasy. But
I picked him up.
There's
didn't help my team, but right. I picked him up.
But next year, he's not going to be that guy that like falls into the 16th round and somebody's picking him and everyone's going, "Who's that guy?" So there's so many good things that there was so much fruit that came from this NFL season. And so I think that both AFC and NFC were strong and exciting and fun. I'm sad that it's come to an end almost because I would have loved to see more of these teams continue to play. I would love to see another week of the NFL playoffs where there could be more to this. And I'm going to say this, and it's got nothing to do with New England, so don't get weird on me, people. It is a travesty and a sin to sports that we didn't get to see Bo Nix and that defense fight for the right to go to the title game. Nothing against Jarrett Stidham. None of that at all. It was a low-scoring game. It was a game in the elements. It was cold. It snowed. But I just want to say it. Bo, get healthy. Get well. We miss you. Papa Joe's been a fan of you for a very long time. He talked to me about you a billion times. I jumped on and said, all right, you know what? I'm going to pay attention to this Bo guy. And I've made a lot of predictions about you, Bo, and you've made them all correct by your incredible play. That defense is awesome, and I just feel like it is an absolute just sad day in sports that we didn't get to see you at full go with that Denver Broncos team, and I really hope you guys get back.
I'm going to sit here, and obviously this is going to be a what-if game at this point, but had Bo Nix not gotten hurt and played in that AFC Championship game,
yeah,
realistically, Denver blows out New England. You can call me a hater all you want. If Bo Nix plays in that football game, Denver blows out New England. Denver's defense was loaded. New England's defense was pretty good. The Jets could have stopped the Broncos in the second half. That is how poorly Jarrett Stidham played and that entire offense played in the second half.
Yeah.
Not having the captain at the helm in Bo Nix.
Different one.
Jarrett Stidham looked every bit as bad as he did the last time he played. Folks, any of you who bought Jarrett Stidham cards expecting him to play well, I'm glad you lost your money because that was a moronic decision by you.
Murph is such a hater of the Patriots this morning. Can you tell he's
I'm always a hater of the Patriots.
Can you tell he's a Jets fan?
I can't stand the Patriots.
If this was Murph and he bought up all that stuff and it didn't work, he'd be fumingly angry, right? He'd be going
I was not an idiot. I was not dumb enough to do that. All of you people that lost all this money on Jarrett Stidham, good for you. You deserve to lose your money.
Oh my God.
That is not a guy you bet on.
Okay.
You want to buy a card for $5-10? Fine. Don't spend $2,000 on a guy that hasn't played in 2.5 years, expecting him to beat the Patriots, who have a historically good defense.
Some people would have said that about Sam Darnold, but to his credit,
people didn't pay $2,000 for his cards.
Yeah, but here's the thing: some people would have said
paid
about,
like
going into
$20-30 for his cards
going into the season. but nobody knew it was going to be this good. So a lot of people probably had to spend a little bit more money than they wanted to. I do want to let all the Patriots fans that are watching and listening now, you know that I make jokes about Bill Belichick, and you know that I've said some things, and it's been hard, and I did not think Brady was the GOAT back when some other people did. When he did what he did in Tampa, I said, all right, okay, because Tampa was like a 4-win team. So at that point I said, okay, he's the winningest quarterback of all time. He doesn't have the greatest arm of all time, because I'm not going to sit here and tell people
no, Aaron Rodgers
the best arm of all time. And we can argue about Aaron Rodgers, Dan Marino. I say Dan Marino, people don't usually argue with me on that. But I do want to let people know that Murph's hate of the New England Patriots is his and his alone at his sole discretion. It is not a part of Dan Tortora Broadcast Media, LLC.
Yeah, I know. No, but that Denver team with Jarrett Stidham at quarterback was terrible. Like, the defense did what they do. They did what they were supposed to do.
Right. Most backups are not. They're a backup. You're a backup for a reason, right? That's what they say. And it's no offense to Jarrett Stidham, but I don't think Bronco fans were feeling warm and fuzzy about the fact that, listen, you can put it all together on any football team anywhere in the world, any level, okay? If you don't have a quarterback, it ain't going to happen, okay? The Bears, when they made it to the end against the Colts, and I was a senior at Marywood University, they were going around saying, who's going to win? And we had to tell them who we were voting for, Colts or Bears. And I said, what moronical people would vote for the Bears to win this game when, and again, this is not an attack of him, I'm just saying, Rex Grossman had a passer rating of 2. And he was going up against Peyton Manning. Like, that was an easy one for me, because at the end of the day, and I just said this to somebody that, you look at them, and this is someone in the industry, in the football world, that would probably tell me I'm 100% wrong if this was a wrong statement. If you do not have a quarterback, you got nothing, okay? Syracuse had Steve Angeli. Nobody behind him was going to be able to run the offense the way that Angeli did. They went 0-8 without Steve Angeli. Okay, and what I told people about this before, when they said, well, Ricky Collins is supposed to be the starter coming out of the spring, and da-da-da, so Dan, he's got to be as good as Steve Angeli. I said, no, he might just be the best of the bad options that they had. There's a good option. Like, you can take the best. What do they say? Like, when people are voting,
the best of the worst.
Right. My mom says, like, take the less of two evils. So
yeah,
in the case of Syracuse, and I'm not sitting here to mock anybody. I like Joe Filardi. I like Luke Carney. I've talked to these guys. I like Ricky Collins Jr. I'm just talking about the talent drop-off that they had. Ricky was the best option of bad options that they had that weren't called Steve Angeli. And it is in the college level, it's in the pro level, it's in the high school level. If you don't have a quarterback, it doesn't matter if you have the best defense, the best running back, the best kicker. That is the one position that you have to have. Fernando Mendoza in Indiana. Come with me, folks, and let's dance down the lane together. You have to have that guy. You have to have that special quarterback that can get it done. And without Bo Nix, I don't think really anybody in this world, outside of one person that's going, hey, if I win in Vegas, I'm going to get a killing, because a lot of people aren't voting or aren't going in this direction. Without Bo Nix, I don't think anybody thought this offense was going to move. Now, you can beat the Patriots being able to score. That's the thing. Seattle can score. The Patriots, you wonder, can they get above 17? Can they ride at 25, 24, 28, 30? Because this is the thing. If Seattle gets going, especially early, I don't think the Patriots can get up to 30. I think that's Seattle's game.
I don't know that they can get to 20.
Score and score often. So,
if it's a low-scoring game.
But without a quarterback, the whole point of all this is if you can have every single position right on that field. You can have 10 great things on offense, 11 great on defense, and all your special teams. But if you're missing that one offensive component, that quarterback, you're probably not winning a title game. And I'm pretty confident that everybody in Denver knew that, and it sucks. But now we get to see which quarterback's going to get it done in this game. And I'll tell Seattle this right now. Don't you dare walk into that game thinking that this is the big bad wolf like everybody else has done with the Patriots, or a lot of people, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people have done. Okay, play your game. Seattle on paper, 30 points. New England, 17. on paper, but they got to play the game.
For sure. And, if you look at it this way, if we go kind of going back to Jarrett Stidham, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure only 2 backup quarterbacks have ever won the Super Bowl. Nick Foles and the guy who replaced Phil Simms. I don't remember who that was.
Well, I'm trying to think here. Was Kerry Collins a starter with the Giants? Well, he didn't win. Trent Dilfer was the starter with Baltimore. So, yeah, Nick Foles won. And now I got to think. No, not them. Not them. Cowboys would never make it without Aikman.
Hofstetler.
Oh, Jeff Hostetler? The longtime Raider?
He and Nick Foles are the only 2 backups, as far as I am aware, and it sounds like as far as you are aware as well, that have won Super Bowls for their teams in that season. Hofstetler, I can't really comment as much on that one because that was in the 90s. Neither one of us is old enough to remember that. But let's talk about the Nick Foles Super Bowl, beating the Patriots. Sorry, the Nick Foles game. The Philadelphia Eagles, had they not had that first round bye, I don't think win a championship. Sitting there watching that team as many times as I did that year, because I lived in an apartment full of Eagles fans. Yeah. So we always had the Eagles game on Sundays. And watching all their playoff games.
Yeah.
And watching them win a championship. They were a very different team with Nick Foles at quarterback than they were with Carson Wentz. They changed that offense. However, why did Nick Foles succeed? Well, he was a former starter who had success. Not great success, but had success. You can only win a championship with a backup if that backup has once, honestly, been a successful starter somewhere. Why do you think Joe Flacco was so coveted by teams to be a backup? Because he won a damn championship. He won a championship. That is the guy you would want as a backup. I don't know why more teams aren't trying to go get these vets that maybe haven't won a championship, but have had some NFL success. Yeah. Sam Darnold was a backup. Yeah. He was in the championship as a backup. He goes to the Vikings, plays great. They get bounced in the first round. Yeah. Now he comes to Seattle, and now he's going to be playing for a ring. Backup quarterback is just as important as starting quarterback in the NFL. And I don't think people understand that. Nick Foles is arguably, with that game, the greatest backup quarterback in NFL history. The Eagles also made a mistake by not trading Carson Wentz at the time after that Super Bowl. Yeah. I said that at the time. Nobody listened to me. And granted, maybe they don't end up with Jalen Hurts if they do that, but
that's where the Philly special came from, that pass to Nick Foles in the end zone.
Whose idea was that?
Which Tom Brady and the Patriots attempted to do and did not come through with.
Well, they did that. Something similar on the... they weren't going for a touchdown. They were just going for a first down. But
right. But it didn't
whose idea? Whose idea was the Philly special? Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. It was Nick Foles' idea. They went into that game.
Why not?
They went into that game with a why not us mentality. They were the underdogs all postseason long as the 1 seed in the NFC.
Yeah.
No one expected them to beat the big bad Patriots. So if I am Seattle and I am Mike McDonald and I am Sam Darnold and I am game planning for the New England Patriots, granted, different team, different players, I would go back and watch the 2 Giants games and the Eagles game. Yeah. How did those 2 teams beat the Patriots? Because even though it's not Belichick anymore and it's not Brady anymore, there are some very big similarities between Vrabel and Belichick. Not saying that Vrabel's as good a coach as Belichick, but who did he learn from? Bill Belichick. Who did he play for? Bill Belichick. And Tom Brady and Drake May. Again, not the same player, but I guarantee you Drake May learned a thing or two from Tom Brady. Tom Brady might have ownership in the Raiders, but there's no doubt in my mind Tom Brady's been in the building and talked to Drake May and given him some advice on what to do in certain situations. I guarantee you Tom Brady has talked to Drake May this week about what he needs to go and do to win this game. There are going to be a lot of similarities that you will see between this Patriots team and the Patriots dynasty of the last 25 years leading up to this. So if I'm Seattle, I'm going back and watching those games. How did those teams beat the Patriots? They beat the Patriots by playing their game.
Yeah. Yeah. That's been my point.
They played their game.
They didn't try to. There's people that played the old Patriots with Belichick and Brady. They went up against the Patriots, and instead of being themselves and doing what got them there, they tried to beat the Patriots by being the Patriots. And it's why would you want to try and imitate the team that you're playing? Just play your game. Exactly.
And there's not very many teams that can beat somebody at their own game.
Right.
It is not often that happens.
Correct.
We're getting around the time of the Winter Olympics. The U.S. team did that to the Russians in 1980. They beat them at their own game. But they played their game. Their game just happened to be the same game as the Russians, only better. That is why they beat the Soviet Union in 1980 and won the gold medal in the Olympics. But ultimately, if I'm Seattle and you look at this year's New England Patriots team, specifically, because you can look, like I said, look back at those other games. How did you beat the Patriots? Then take it and look at this year's team. How do you beat this Patriots team? If they don't score 20 points, they are not winning this football game. If this is a low-scoring football game, New England is going to win.
Yeah.
If this is a high, if there's a lot of points scored, the Patriots cannot keep up. Look at Drake May's best games of the year, where the Patriots put up a ton of points. One of them specifically in the very last week of the season, the second to last week of the season, came against the New York Jets. He had 5 touchdown passes. He had, I think, 350 yards passing or something along those lines. I don't know off the top of my head there, but 256, I'm sorry. When the Patriots put up a lot of points, they win football games because their defense can handle it.
Yeah.
But when they don't, there are 3 losses. One was to the Bills in Week 15. They put up a lot of points, but it's also the Bills who can score with the best of them.
Yeah.
They lost a low-scoring game to the Steelers in Week 3. That was probably surprising. And then they lost to the Raiders in Week 1.
Yeah.
Which blows my mind that they lost to the Raiders in Week 1.
Yeah, but who has stake in the Raiders?
Tom Brady.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
hey, make sure you don't have your best game against us guys, all right?
So, the Patriots this season, or this postseason, have looked horrendous. They have looked terrible on offense in the postseason. If I'm Seattle, you blitz, you make Drake May uncomfortable, and the Patriots will not score more than 20 points. If you hold them under 20, you will win this football game. And you will be able to put a ring on your finger. And do something that the Legion of Boom team could not do to the New England Patriots.
Run the ball when you're on the 1 yard line. Just run the
You know what? I saw this little
run it.
This little TikTok or whatever. It says, game on the line, ball on the 1 yard line. We need to punch it in for a score. Who are you calling on to run in that's I forget who there were people in the comments saying they're saying LaDainian Tomlinson, Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders, and I'm like, guys, the answer is right in front of your face. Marshawn Lynch. Yeah. It should have happened, and it didn't. And they lost the chance to go back to back.
People will tell you the closer you get.
The Patriots were not winning that football game if he punches that in.
The closer you get to the end zone, the harder it becomes to score, because you're in tighter
not for
spaces.
The Eagles.
It's harder to pass the ball. If you can run the ball, then you're fine. But it gets tighter and tighter and harder to pass. And when you're passing from the 1 yard line, there's people everywhere. They're not spread out in the field because there's not a lot of field. So when you're passing the ball, if you fake it and you got a tight end over the middle that you never throw to, okay. But when you're in that tight a space, the opportunity for that ball just purely to get tipped is high. And why you don't run it in when you have Skittles back there doing his thing. And I call him Skittles because of the Skittles commercials. And I think Skittles are...
I still think the best was from the NFL 100 commercial where he causes the ball to drop off the cake and he's eating the cake.
Yeah, I mean, he's just... Listen, Marshawn Lynch, he's out there doing his thing. There's guys that I've been around that remind me a little bit of Marshawn. Like they just got a dog in them. And they got their own personality. And sometimes you're trying to corral their energy and focus the energy. But if they focus it, they're dangerous. And Marshawn Lynch was a dangerous player to go up against. By the way, a former Bill. So we will take a step aside for a fast break. When we come back, Murph and I will do some friendly wagers here. We're live on X right now, which is really cool too. Jumped into the Spaces world, which I've only tested out one other time when I did my ACC football schedule release reaction that happened this past week. So you can actually listen to us on X at CallDT while you watch us on YouTube.com and Facebook.com, both /WakeUpCallDT. And you can listen to us on wakeupcalldt.podbean.com. When the live broadcast on X is over, like in our other areas that I mentioned, Podbean as well as Facebook and YouTube, once that Spaces recording is done, it'll be available. So we're live on X at CallDT, CALLDT, the former Twitter. As soon as we're done going live today, you can go to my feed and you can play it back. And I'm going to tag Murph in it so he can send it out as well. We will be back right after this fast break on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. Look at this board. It's Nike. We're about to write some stuff on it. So we'll see what we got here. I just wanted to say Nike on my show because I never thought I would. Friendly wagers and predictions for the 2025-26 NFL Title Game. Who said Bad Bunny? I did. So that prediction was, I should have put money on that. But that's all right. We'll take a step aside for a fast break. We'll be back with friendly wagers and predictions. If you got some fun ones, send them over to us. Great Lakes Honda City Studios. Stay with us.
This is Jim Dispenza, owner of Game Point Sports Complex. You hear the same story across any sport that kids play and any sport that adults play. There's never enough places to play. That was definitely true with volleyball, definitely true with basketball. Could be cheerleading, it could be field hockey, which is what we're seeing now. Every sport has a lack of places to play, and I think Syracuse in particular is a place where it's really bad. Despite the fact that we've got a lot of athletic talent around here, we just seem to have not enough places for people to play, and they're going to different places. They're going to Rochester, they're going to, Buffalo. They're going all different places because we don't have the place here, and I felt like that should change. This was a long project from planning all the way through execution to opening the doors. A lot of work went into it, obviously, a lot of money, a lot of resources, and the dream always was kids being in the gym, having a good time. I've always felt like sports is the most unfiltered joy that you can observe with people, that people can experience, because it is fun, it is a sense of accomplishment, it's all of that wrapped into one thing. And so watching kids going up and down the court with big smiles on their faces has been just amazing experience. I'm looking forward to years to come of that same thing. We've taken the time to invest in multiple sports, and then what we're finding is the mere fact that we have a large, clean, well-lit space has opened a lot more doors for us beyond basketball, volleyball, pickleball. Now we're having some interest from cheerleading. We've got girls field hockey coming in, and then also there's quite a bit of room for spectators. We've got bleachers, we've got benches, we've got a concession lounge where people can get food and drinks. We're going to have multiple sports going at the same time, using every square inch of this place for what it was conceived for, which is basically people to come in, have a good time in the sport that they prefer. We manage each situation differently. Everybody has different ability to afford different things. Some are bringing 10, 15 people, some are just 2 people. I've had a lot of situations where it's a father shooting around with his son, it's a mother playing pickleball with her daughter or with her son, and in those situations come up and we work with people, and that's allowed us to have groups from 2 people up to 30 people and have some flexible pricing behind it. We're an organization that is here to work with the community any way we can, and I guess part of it is just making sure that we have the flexibility to put together a plan that makes sense regardless of the size of your group. So in order to book time, the best option is to go to our website, gamepointsports-syr.com. You can click from there and sign up for events, sign up for your own particular training, sign up for birthday parties, all of that.
And now a message from Myers Creek Brewing Company, with locations at their Cazenovia Farm Brewery, Syracuse Inner Harbor Tap Room, and soon-to-be Lake Placid Tap Room.
Well, I think first and foremost, the Feldmeyer family and our team are extremely passionate about what we do. We care very much about what we do. The Feldmeyer family is always investing. Our taproom management team, our brew management team, our marketing management team, and all of the team members that get after it every day, they leave it on the field. They put their heart and soul into it. I know for a fact that everyone that works at Myers Creek wants to be there, and we want them to be there. We want them to feel good about their job. And again, if you've never been to a Myers Creek, especially to the brewery, I want your eyes to open really big. I want you to see how big of a brand this is. I want you to see where we're going. The sky is the limit, and I feel very proud of that, and I'm very excited about that. When you think of designing a menu for a brewery, it's kind of open to a lot of different interpretations. You can do American, you can do Asian, you can do Italian, and you just have to find, how that meets that pub style dining experience, that gastropub vibe. And I think it's super fun for us because obviously we know that, everyone in the world's going to sell a pizza or a burger or a french fry, but what can we do to be different? And what can we do to be true to who we are? We are a brewery, a brew pub. So the flavor profiles are kind of all over the place. And I think it's super cool that we have a massive smoker at the brewery in Cazenovia, and we smoke a lot of our products. A delicious smoked turkey. We have barbecue ribs on Sundays. From a pulled pork sandwich to a chicken wing, you go to the Inner Harbor and you go to the Caz location and you'll find similarities in the menu, but also things that are a little different and also kind of fit those different demographics or different communities, and also hopefully just drive you to try every tap room that we have open at some point, because you get a little something different at each one. We understand how hard it is to, work every day and get after it every day, and when you're done at the end of your day, you want to go out and put your feet up in a good ambiance and good environment. So we take pride in that. We make sure that everyone knows that they're very much valued to us.
Hi, this is Amy from Mother's Cupboard, home of the whole frittata. We are open daily 6 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. For takeout orders, call 315-432-0942 and tune in to Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora for our monthly food challenge, and try our Wake Up Call signature menu item available 7 days a week. Here at Mother's Cupboard, we are Central New York, and it's our honor to serve you.
Ma and Pa's Kettle Corn and Popcorn Factory remind us that every day is worth celebrating at 201 7th North Street in Liverpool, New York. Open Monday through Saturday in-store and always online at maandpaspopcorn.com. Serving our Central New York community and beyond, order anywhere, anytime at maandpaspopcorn.com. Stop in to get a tin at Ma and Pa's on 201 7th North Street in Liverpool, New York to get your half-price refills for the rest of your life. Come to Ma and Pa's for your holiday gift giving for family, friends, employees, and clients. And remember, for fundraising and events, to call 315-450-6272. That's 315-450-6272. Ma and Pa's Kettle Corn and Popcorn Factory. How corny are you?
This is Jim Sikowski, owner-operator of Chick-fil-A Cicero, 7916 Brewerton Road in Cicero, right in front of the Home Depot. I had a deep feeling that God wanted me to do something bigger with my life and to help people, help others. I kept putting Chick-fil-A in my life, and I realized as I was going through the franchise selection process that positively impacting the lives of others was really core to what we do here at Chick-fil-A. First of all, it starts with the food. The food is brought in fresh daily. We bring in local produce. We prepare to order in the kitchen. We hand bread our chicken. We hand spin our milkshakes. It's great food. It doesn't taste like fast food. I think the second thing is the way people feel when they come in a Chick-fil-A restaurant. It's different. We try to treat people with intentional kindness here, which is very different and deeper than good customer service. And so I think it feels remarkable for most people to come in a Chick-fil-A restaurant. And then lastly, the impact that we try to have in the community is very different. It's a big part of the expectation of every operator of a Chick-fil-A restaurant is that they're actively engaged in their community, they're a leader in the community, and they're making a difference. When they realize that what we're striving to do is to shine a little light in their life, that's a very, very different experience than you will have at any other quick service restaurant. And it's that remarkable experience that I think people will emotionally connect with.
Welcome back here to Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios, hanging out with you with Murph, starting off February. DT and Murphy starting off your week here on Wake Up Call. A lot of stuff to get into and talk about. We're going to do our little friendly wagers and NFL title game predictions. So we're going to jump here. We're going to put it on the board. So a bunch of fun things, right? When the whole Taylor Swift was going on, it was like, okay, over under, we're going to see her 10 times. So we're going to do some fun stuff like that, come up with some ideas. So Murph, I'm going to throw one out at you. This is the first one I'm going to throw at you. So the first one I'm going to throw at you is Marshawn Lynch sightings. So I'm going to have Marshawn Lynch sightings at the game. I'm going to say over under 3. What are your thoughts?
I'm going to go with under.
Okay.
I think we'll see him at some point. I don't think we're going to see him. Yeah, it could be a push. I don't really know, but I'm going to go with under.
Yeah, over under. So Murph, and these will be put here. Obviously, you can track them here. So myself and Murph are going to give our thoughts, and then I'm going to clear the board, and we'll keep going here. So here's Murph. So he says he's going to take the under for Marshawn Lynch sightings of 3. I'm going to take the under as well. I think we might see him one time, but I'm going to go ahead. They might show him in like when they're doing the national anthem potentially. So I'm going to say under for this. We'll clear the board. Murph, you got one for us?
The fun ones are tough. Obviously the most fun one is always the over-under of the national anthem, but I don't know who's singing it or what the actual over-under is.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with one that's actually somewhat game-related, and I'm going to say somewhat simply because of, it's not actually having to do with the game, but it is in a way. Over, under 7, and I'm going to use 7 for a reason. Over under 7 Tom Brady references during this game. Be it from the broadcast, from the pregame show, whatever it is. How many Brady references do we hear?
Look at that. That's cursive. Teach it in schools again, folks. Brady references over under 7. Brady references. Is Collinsworth doing the game? Because there's going to be 92. So
no, those would be Patrick Mahomes references.
Yeah. Oh no, he was the one between the Eagles, the Nick Foles touchdown we're talking about. I got to a point where I just said, okay, open mouth, kiss the guy, and let's move on. But so Murph. Over under break. And listen, I like Chris. I'm not saying anything. It was just like, it was out of nowhere. He's like, I saw a bird yesterday. And
here's a guy that reminds me so much of Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady.
It was Brady back. He was, I got to tell you, Tom Brady, he just makes me feel some kind of way. I'm like, okay, that's enough. Just stop. It's enough. So we get it. You like him. So, I mean, listen, but let's have fun. And Collinsworth, shout out to the job that you're doing. And don't be mocking these people, folks. Everybody thinks they're better than everybody else that's doing the job. Okay? You think you'd be a better pope, a better president. You think you'd be better than Jesus. Like, I would have done more miracles. I would have worn different clothes. I mean, whatever. Okay? We all think... I can't stand that stuff, okay? Go and do your thing. Live your life. Be you. Okay? And if you have any element of success in your life that anyone perceives, they're going to think they're better than you at. And that's fine. That's okay. Because you're doing it and they're talking about doing it. So, shout out to Brady. Shout out to Mahomes. Shout out to all the quarterbacks out there, including May and Darnold. Over under that we're going to have 7 Brady references. I'm taking the over. I've learned enough about football. I'm taking the over. What about you, Murph?
I'm thinking the exact same thing. And I used 7 for an obvious reason to mark his 7 Super Bowl championships, but sorry. You did it too. It's tough. It's you just forget. But yeah, it's to mark his 7 championships, and I think that was I kind of came up with that one spontaneously, but that one was pretty fun.
Yeah, no, that one definitely. Okay, now this one is interesting because companies are doing something that I never saw them do before, which is that they're talking about the fact that they're doing commercials about the commercial that they're going to have during the NFL title game. So they're doing like a pre-commercial about, and then like, and I think I've seen 3 companies do it, and then they put 2/8/26, like see what's coming, because their commercial or commercials are going to air during the NFL title game between the Seahawks and the Patriots. So they've been doing this like pre-thing, which is hard to say, like, because some are going to have a commercial, but I'm going to put this one up since I know that they have them, and they have some creepy ones, because Lord knows how I feel about the aliens that are out there. But Doritos, okay, I'm putting this one up because I want to get Murph's feel on this here. So Doritos commercials. Now we're talking about different ones. So over under that Doritos will have more than 2 different commercials. More or less.
I'm going to say a push. I think it's going to be exactly 2.
Okay. So Murph's got the push, and he's going to say 2. I'm going to say over. I'm going to say they're going to have 3 different commercials. I'll give them. I think it's probably going to be 2, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to throw my dice a little. I'm going to hope for one more. So I think they'll have 3 different commercials for Doritos. By the way, shout out to Doritos. You're doing a good job with your commercials, and your Doritos are addicting. So I don't know what you put in them besides cocaine, but something's in there. And I'm kidding. I'm kidding, folks. Don't look it up. Doritos doesn't have. But the original Coca-Cola did have cocaine. So that's fun. That's a fun little nugget for those of you that think that maybe you should do some research on things. But Murph, your thoughts? You got another one? I can go buck wild on this thing, but I want to make sure that. Do you have other ones?
I do want to bring this one up, and then I'll let you because I know you're better at these than I am. This isn't as much an over under as a this or that.
Okay.
Which halftime show will get more viewers? The halftime show or the All-American halftime show?
Okay. All right. So, and then I know CNN and Fox are going to be fighting about this because they're going to use different polls and they're going to be using different numbers. So one's going to claim, they're both going to claim it. No matter what, no matter what the actual numbers are, they're both going to claim success. So, okay, so Murph has which?
Oh my God.
What?
The small, but San Francisco just had an earthquake.
Oh my goodness.
4.1.
Yeah, that's not tiny. So Murph has.
I mean, that's not nothing.
So Murph says which halftime? By the way, to the people of San Francisco, please be safe. A prayer in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We pray for everybody that's going through any tough time right now, be it an earthquake or anything like what's just happened in San Francisco. I know there's been ice down in Texas. I know that Charlotte and North Carolina and the Carolinas in general, North and South, are struggling with snow. They don't have the infrastructure for this. So, Texas struggles with this, and so do the Carolinas and places in the South that do not have the things that we in the North have. We think everybody has snowplows, and we think everybody has salt and the ability to get rid of snow and plans and removal, but a lot of places don't because they don't get it enough, so maybe they don't put the money into it. So I pray that at the very least we can get plows on trucks and we can get some salt out there that can be delivered as well, and that hopefully whatever's happened this year will help states and cities and towns prepare for next year and what could be to come. But I just pray for the health, safety, happiness, and overall wellness of everyone in San Francisco and everybody everywhere. May God be with you, God guide you and guard you, his will over our want. The devil and all evil, demons, sin, all that is bad, may we rebuke it and cast it out and serve God and God only. In Jesus' most precious name, to everybody that needs a prayer and their loved ones. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We love you all. We send you our prayers and well wishes, and you'll be okay. Jumping back into it, which halftime?
Yeah, sorry to break that up, but that literally just came across my phone. I'm like, oh boy.
No, you're good. Which halftime show? So we have Turning Point, or I'll call it the official halftime.
What's the sponsor of it? Pepsi?
Potential. So yeah,
something like that. It used to be Pepsi. I don't know what it is now.
Yeah, so the official one or the Turning Point. So
I think you know what my answer is.
Yeah, so Murph. So this is which halftime show is going to have more viewers. So we'll put more views. And so Murph is going to say Turning Point. I'm going to say the same. I'm going to say the same because there is such thing as the silent majority. So I'm going to go ahead and say Turning Point will have more views. Next one that we got up here is going to, and by the way, folks, no matter what you agree or disagree with, if you ever agree with the fact of someone getting shot and killed, I pray for your soul. So the next one that we have up here, let's think. Oh, yes. Yes. So this one is because we know we've gotten little teasers for it, which are not teasers, but they're called stories, and there's been 4. Will there be an Avengers Doomsday, Avengers Doomsday, and this is important what I say here, a full trailer. Now, they might say full trailer online or whatever, but, as opposed to just a couple seconds is what I'm saying here, like more than 20 seconds. So, will there be an Avengers Doomsday full trailer over 20 seconds? Murph, what say you?
I'm gonna say it's gonna be over 20 seconds simply because, why would you pay all that money for that kind of commercial for that if you're not gonna go over 20 seconds? Seriously.
Yeah. But like a full trailer, because these other ones have been like pieces. So this, and I actually have another one that goes off of this, but will there be like an Avengers Doomsday, like a full trailer as opposed to
Like
just
I thought you were saying like a multiple minute.
Yeah,
okay,
like
I thought you were saying is it going to be over under 20 seconds?
Okay, so let me scratch this out. Like, so will there be a full trailer? Because essentially we've seen like pieces.
Okay, yeah.
Will this be a full trailer?
I'm going to say, that's a good question. I'm going to go with yes. I've made this mistake in years past by, saying no to certain stuff like this because I know, you're into obviously all the comic and the comic stuff and, I'm not as much, but I've learned my lesson in saying no to these things. So yes, I do think it is going to be a full trailer.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes as well. I'm going to give you a big old yes on this one because I believe they have been waiting. And I think it's going to happen early, by the way, which could be another part of your bets here. The next one that I have up here goes off of this. So actually, I have two more. So the Avengers Doomsday trailer, we both agreed that we believe there's going to be one. So the event, and by the way, folks, if you want to connect with Doomsday as well as entertainment in general, actors, actresses, writers, illustrators, and more, including my analysis, currently doing an episode by episode quick take on each episode of Wonder Man that just dropped on Disney Plus. You can follow us at Superpowered Pop for another show in the Dan Tortora broadcast media family. You can actually go to wakeupcalldt.com, and on the tab it says Beyond Wake Up Call, and you'll see all of our shows, including Superpowered Pop. So you can find everything in one place on wakeupcalldt.com. You can follow us at Superpowered Pop on Facebook, Instagram, and X. And of course, you could search us on YouTube at Superpowered Pop. So Avengers Doomsday trailer. Will it come in the first? Oh, so will it? Okay, so here's the thing. Will it come in the first halftime, or will it come in the second half? So 3 parts. If we split the game into 3 parts, will this be an early trailer, a trailer at the midpoint, or will this be a second half trailer? So Murph, where you at on this one?
I know where you're going, so I'm gonna say second half just to be different.
Okay. So Murph says that the Doomsday trailer is going to come in the second half. I believe if you get up in the first 13 minutes, you're going to miss it. I got it going at early part of the game here. Might come in the beginning of the beginning before the game even starts. So
then technically you wouldn't get it because it'd be in the pregame.
Well, I'm saying if we split it in 3.
No, yeah.
Do we split? Yeah. So like of the actual
pregame, first half, halftime, second game, post game.
Right. So
or second half, post game.
When will the Doomsday? So Avenger, let me just write this down here because I'm making a log here. So Avengers Doomsday trailer when? And so we have.
I got another one.
So we have pregame. Wait, let me put this in print. So we have pregame first half. We have halftime, or we have second half to post game, and I think it's definitely gonna. I think it's gonna come so early because they're gonna want people to watch it repeatedly online throughout the entire. They want to show it to you quick, so you watch it for the next 4 hours and then watch it again at midnight. All right, Murph, what's yours?
I literally just thought of this. And I think it makes perfect sense. Number of commercials regarding the Winter Olympics. Over under 3.
Is it on NBC?
Being that the game is on NBC.
Yeah.
And the Olympics are on NBC.
Okay.
I imagine there have to be some commercials about the Olympics. Especially because the opening ceremonies are on Friday.
So Olympic 2026 commercials. Over, under 3. What say you, Murph?
I'm going over. Especially considering you have matches already happening on Wednesday. And the opening ceremonies are not until Friday. I don't know about you guys. I am very much looking forward to the Winter Olympics. On a card note, Topps released these 2026 Topps Chrome USA Olympic team type cards. I bought myself the out of numbered to 76 autos, which is the number to 76 has the American flag as the refractor type. So like you'd have gold refractor, green refractor, whatever. This is basically a flag refractor. Autos of Shaun White and Michaela Schifrin that are both on their way here. So I am kind of looking forward to those, and those are kind of on a note. But I love the skiing and snowboarding events. I love watching the hockey. Sort of, kind of, I enjoy watching the curling. I kind of got into that in 2018 because the Americans won the gold medal, and it was fun to watch. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the Winter Olympics. I like it better than the Summer Olympics personally. I think the sports are better. I don't think we need to have breakdancing as an Olympic sport. I
do like curling.
Yeah.
By the way, I thought curling was like it was like this.
I mean,
right?
That is curling.
Right, that's what I thought it was. But then you find out
that kind of curling.
That it's essentially pushing this very heavy, like, round object with like a broom, and then they do the thing with the broom and all. I think curling's cool. I'd definitely do it for sure.
Did you see the video of Jason and Kylie Kelsey trying it?
I did not, but I will say this. Everybody knows what I want to do in the Olympics. Besides basketball, everybody knows what I'd like to do. That knows me and my heart. I want to be part of a bobsled team. Not just anyone, Jamaican. So
Jamaican bobsled team.
I do. For my whole life.
It.
It's a dream. It's a dream and an aspiration.
Yeah.
Somehow I got to get Dougie Doug. I got to find his phone number, and we got to pay John Candy some tributes.
Yeah, I love the Winter Olympics, and I know we're going to probably talk about it a little bit here periodically, but the events I'm mostly looking forward to, all the women's ski racing events, assuming Lindsey Vonn is healthy, because I think she hurt her knee. She had a crash in her last tune-up before the Olympics. I think she's okay. I think she's still going to participate, but the women's, the slalom, giant slalom, the combined, the Super G and the downhill, I'm going to be watching all of them because Michaela's going to be participating in, I believe, 3 of them. I think she's doing slalom, giant slalom, and the combined. I don't know if she's doing Super G or downhill. I know Lindsey Vonn is doing Super G and downhill. Men's half pipe, because that's always fun to watch in snowboarding. Slope style, which is the with basically doing park. I like watching the snowboarders better than the skiers personally. That's just me. And then ice hockey. Yeah. You got to see if Team USA can avenge their loss to the Canadians in the Four Nations face-off last year, and I don't know that they're going to, but we'll see. Jack Hughes is hurt again. I don't know. But the Canadians are going to be good as they typically are, and their team's loaded. So we'll see what happens there. But I'm saying over 3 Winter Olympics commercials in during the game.
Yeah, I'm saying over 3. It's on NBC. They're going to show like 97. So
that was my exact. I feel like. Wait a minute. Should we raise it to 6? Or should we raise it to 6?
Should raise it to 10. But no, I mean. We could raise it to 6. Let's
raise it to 6. I'm still taking the over, but let's raise it to 6.
I think there's going to be one in like every break, and I think toward the back half, like if it happened in recent years where it seemed like they ran out of commercials and they were playing all this local stuff here, and they like seemed like they were replaying commercials and whatnot. I think if it's that case, it'll just be Olympics galore, and people will be like, "Oh my goodness." Like that's enough. I got it. So, but I think over under 6, I'm taking the over as well for Olympic commercials. I'll go ahead and I'll address this
I only just thought of that one because I'm like, wait a minute, when are the opening ceremonies? And I know it's on NBC.
So I do have one more for the Avengers because I can't help myself. So the Avengers Doomsday trailer, and I'll abbreviate here. So Avengers Doomsday trailer appearances, because we haven't seen them yet. So appearances of Robert Downey Jr., RDJ, as Dr. Doom. So we have not seen him in a trailer yet. Over under that in the trailer, we will see an appearance by him 3 times. Over under the amount of times we will see Doom in the trailer. Murph?
I'm going to go under.
All right.
Because I feel like you're going to go over. I kind of just want to be different.
I'm actually going to do something I've never done before. I'm going to do push. I'm going to say it's going to be. I'm saying it's going to be 3.
Folks, we've got multiple pushes here.
Yeah. I got to push at 3. So I think we're going to see.
Which one did I push? Was that the
You pushed. Where did you push? Doritos.
Exactly 2.
Doritos different
one.
commercials. You said exactly 2, and I said over. So I have. So this is Avengers Doomsday RDJ appearances as Dr. Doom. We got over under 3. I have a push at 3. Murph has under. Okay. So let's get into some that have to do with the game. This is where Murph's going to get sassy because we know that Murph is probably going to be voting, or Murph's going to be betting a lot, and I'm not going to say sassy.
I haven't picked any of I don't bet sports much anymore.
Okay.
Except for like Thanksgiving. I bet the Thanksgiving games. I always bet, the championship game. Sometimes I'll do like early season wagers. But I don't really do it much. You know what it is? Sports cards is kind of my fix of gambling now.
Okay.
Because it is gambling in a way. It's just not, it's not but it's more, I'm not going to say it's a sure thing, but it's more of a sure thing than it is when you're actually gambling. But yeah, like I haven't even decided what I'm betting yet. Like I already know I'm probably going to take a certain team that we'll talk about later because I know you're not going to give your prediction today, but I know I will at least because you guys won't hear from me until after the game. Yeah. But yeah, it's I haven't decided yet. But these ones will kind of, because I'm sure there's ones I may not be thinking about.
Yeah.
That maybe I start to feel comfortable with, and we'll kind of go from there. But I'll let you take it away, my friend.
Yeah, so we got a few bets that we can throw up here. So we have Sam Darnold. Now pay attention to what I write here. Now, Sam Darnold, 2 passing touchdowns. Over, under, 2 passing, Murph.
I'm gonna go push.
Okay.
I would take him for over 1.5. I think I'm gonna go as far as 2. I'm gonna go push. I think Kenneth Walker's gonna run a lot.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say push. I think it's gonna be exactly 2, and I think that's all he's gonna need.
All right. So Sam Darnold passing touchdowns,
and I think both of them are gonna go to JSN.
Okay. So over under that Sam Darnold has 2 passing touchdowns in the NFL title game. Murph says he thinks it's going to be right at 2, so he's going to push it. I'm saying over. I think he's going to have 3 passing touchdowns in the game. So I'm going to go.
I hope you're right.
So because I think that
I really do.
I think JSN's going to get one, but don't you dare not pay attention to AJ Barner. They're tight end.
Or Cooper Kupp.
But yeah, but there's other guys on that team.
Don't forget about Coop.
There's other guys that can get it done. Keep in mind that the NFL title game typically features somebody getting a touchdown that is not a household name. The NFL title game is known for taking somebody that you may not know
Or making a play.
and having that person in the end zone. So I'm just going to tell you, they got Jackson Smith and Jigba. They have Cooper Kupp. They have Rashid Shaheed. And they also have a guy named Jake Bobo. As well as
he caught one of the NFC Championship.
As well as A.J. Barner and Elijah Arroyo at tight end. So all I'm saying is, watch out for the guys that you may not know, like Jake Bobo. But Rashid Shaheed, that dude he might, well, you know what? I think I'm gonna save that here. So Murph's gonna push it to, of course, this thing is not gonna let me do what I want it to do. So I'm just gonna write push at 2, and then I'm going to put over here for me, and then we'll clear the board because it has a mind of its own. So we'll go ahead and clear it there. So I figured it out. Ha ha! That's what I say to technology when it doesn't work. I say, I see you're not working, and I raise you to I'll figure it out because God is great. So let's go to the next one here. The next one is that Rashid Shaheed, specifically that man who came to the team, sweet mother. So Rashid Shaheed, don't want me to write it. Oh, I'm going to write it. So Rashid Shaheed, that he has, let's see. Ooh, look, it's working. So Rashid Shaheed has a special teams touchdown.
He's the one who returned the opening kickoff against the Niners, right?
Yes. He is a wonderful addition that came out of the New Orleans Saints. So, Murph, Rashid Shaheed, special teams. I go back to the days of my guy Desmond Howard. Does Rashid Shaheed have a special teams touchdown in any form? Kickoff, punt, whatever. Does he get one?
I'm going to say no, but I would not be shocked if he does.
I'm going to say yes. Let it ride, baby. We having fun today. So I'm saying that Rashid Shaheed gets another one just to go into the thralls of history because he's already putting himself in great position that he has multiple special teams touchdowns this season.
Get his Devin Hester moment, man. Opening kickoff.
Yeah. Also Desmond Howard. So Rashid Shaheed, special teams touchdown. I say yes. Murphalation says no. Here's the next one for y'all. And Zach Charbonnet, please get healthy, get better. I'm sad you're on IR. Kenneth Walker III. So we have Mr. Walker. So Kenneth Walker III. K. Trice, as I call him. So Kenneth Walker III will have 2 touchdowns. Could be passing, could be 2 rushing, 2 receiving, could be a mix of both. But the over-under that Kenneth Walker in this game has 2 touchdowns.
This is kind of with Darnold. If it was 1.5, I'd take the over. I'm going to say the push for 2. I genuinely think we're going to see Darnold with 2, Kenneth Walker with 2, and you could probably guess where I'm going with a lot of these answers.
Yeah. I'm going to say under. Because, like I said, I think Sam Darnold's going to get 3. So I'm going to take the under of Kenneth Walker.
What, they can't have 5 touchdowns?
They can. I don't know if they will. But
they put up 48 points on the Denver Broncos in what was that? At MetLife 12 years ago.
I feel like Kenneth Walker's going to have a game, but then I think some people are going to be like, oh, man. Like, I don't know. I could see like 58 yards rushing and a touchdown. So Kenneth Walker the third will have 2 touchdowns of any kind. So 2 touchdowns.
Basically anytime touchdown, like what you would bet on
of any kind.
DraftKings or something.
So there's that. Okay, let's go to the other side, shall we? Drake May. And if you guys don't know what that is, then go.
No.
Go look up Soulja Boy.
It is Drake May.
Drake May.
That is his name. Drake May.
What the heck is that? Drake. What?
It's his nickname. His Drake May's nickname is Drake May. So he's Drake May.
That's crazy. Drake May. Rushing touchdown. So will Drake May have a rushing touch? Actually, no, I'm going to change this. Over, under 2. Murph.
Smash the under. Smash the under. I was gonna say no to the 1.
Yeah.
Smash the under.
I'm going to say under. I'm
gonna say he has 0.
I think he has 1 rushing touchdown in this game. So I didn't know if I could say over under 1. But
I was hoping you were gonna say Drake May over under 1 interception.
Yeah. Drake May rush touchdown over under 2. Murph and I both took the under. Let's do this one here. So, who has more interceptions in the game? So, May or Darnold, more INTs in this game. Pick your quarterback. Who's gonna throw the ball to the other team more?
I think they're both gonna have a pick, personally.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it's Drake May though. Drake May's gonna have 2, Darnold's gonna have 1.
Okay. I'm gonna
that is my expert prediction.
I'm also gonna say May. So this could be 2-1 or 1-0. So I got May.
I mean, Drake May with 3 would be nice too. You know.
My goodness. So May or Darnold, more interceptions. We both went May. Okay. And I'm gonna throw a couple more. Let's see what the other. Actually, well, I mean it's sports related. Murph, do you have one that we haven't done yet? You want to throw one out there?
Well, I mean one of the bets I was already considering taking was going to be a parlay. I got to double check what the over under of the game is. I'd love to do one with the actual over under of the game.
Yeah, I want to tell people. Yeah, I'll tell you here, because I had it up. Seattle Seahawks are the betting favorites to win this championship game at minus 230 odds as they go head to head with the New England Patriots, who enter the matchup at plus 190 odds. Now the spread in lines. So actually, this one,
the line is 4.5.
Yeah, the line is 4.5, and so Seattle's minus 4.5. The Patriots are plus 4.5, and the over/under is 45.5 points scored total.
Yeah, I was already thinking of doing a parlay, and I was gonna buy the over down to like 45, and I was gonna take Seahawks minus 5.5. That was something that I'm already considering, to do like 41 or 42 as the over/under, and then take Seattle minus 5.5. I don't know. I haven't decided on that yet. I still haven't.
Okay.
I kind of just gave away my game pick there, but I would honestly take an over 45.5 for the game, because I think Seattle's going to put up a lot of points. Yeah. I think New England's going to get. The way I see it, I guess I might as well just say it now because of where I'm kind of going with a lot of these. I am picking Seattle, and it has nothing to do with my, bias against the Patriots. It has more to do with me knowing what I know about the NFL. The Patriots played a weak schedule all year. Yeah. They had a cakewalk road to the game. Drake May has not looked good in the postseason. Sam Darnold has looked awesome in the postseason. The Seattle Seahawks have looked awesome in the postseason. I think the NFC Championship game was the Super Bowl. I think that was to determine who the best team is. Either one of those teams, I think, would beat New England. Okay. So I am picking Seattle. If you couldn't already figure that out, but based on me picking the over, I feel as though we're gonna see a lot of points from Seattle early.
Yeah.
I think they put up. I think they got 24 on the board before halftime.
Okay.
I could easily see it being 24-10 at halftime.
Okay.
So that's 34 points. You figure Seattle gets one more touchdown in the second half, at least. New England's going to probably score 2, and there's 50 right there. there's over 50 right there. So that's why I feel pretty comfortable about taking the over.
Yeah.
Granted, both of these teams have great defenses. 45.5 is a great line. But I firmly believe that Seattle's offense is good enough to put up a lot of points on New England. So I think Seattle's going to carry the Patriots to the over.
Okay. So, I mean, I think there's going to be, because I said 30-17, which is over 45.5. It's 47. So,
yeah.
So the over-under that is currently there of 45.5, Murph and I are both saying over for the total score of the game. So, total score over under 45.5. We both agreed, and I think I think it's clearly going to be over. So so how about the line? So the line is -4.5 in favor of Seattle. So Seattle wins and then has a cushion of almost 5 points. So where are you on that, Murph?
Considering I'm already thinking about buying the over-under down into the low 40s and buying this line up, I would take Seattle -4.5. I think they win by at least a touchdown.
So then you're taking over that?
I would take over that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
I would take them to cover.
Yeah. So the -4.5 line in the game in favor of Seattle.
I'm surprised you just said over, because that just gave away your pick.
Well, I didn't say it yet. So, yeah, but
I was waiting for you to say under.
Yeah.
And then, that they weren't going to cover, because then that could mean anything. That could mean you think they're going to win by less than 4. That could mean you think that the Patriots are going to win.
I keep saying the score 30-17, so we'll see what my final score is going to be. I have one more, and I have to do this because, one, this has happened so many times during an NFL title game as a commercial. 2, it's a typical trailer we see. 3, it's usually at the beginning of the game, pregame, or within the first 3 commercial breaks. 4, Shia LaBeouf is supposed to be back. So my question to you, because I can't help myself, is will there be, so let me get it out here, will there be a Transformers, I'm just going to put TF, a Transformers commercial in the NFL in the title game? Will there be, for any Transformer project, since we know that it used to be so big, and God rest the soul of one of our Lincoln Park members in heaven, they used to do the songs for the first 3 at least. So will there be a Transformers commercial in the title game?
I hate to say it, I'm going to go with no. I'm going to go with no. I kind of, and who knows, maybe I didn't learn my lesson here, but I'm going to say yes to Avengers, no to Transformers.
Yeah, so here is the thing. I just want to let y'all know a little background. So here, on the new Transformers movie, we're looking at this. There's been films in development, and there's supposed to be a movie potentially coming in 2027. Potentially. So, but there's been nothing stated. I'm a child at heart. Yes. Even if it's just hearing Megatron's like something like that, I don't know. But I'm very excited that I'm hopeful. I need Shia LaBeouf back, though. Nobody believes Shia LaBeouf's scream is beautiful. No one believes that Mark Wahlberg is afraid of anything, including a giant robot. So will there be by the way, a big fan of Mark Wahlberg, though. Will there be a Transformers commercial? I hope that there's like a toy commercial so I could be like, haha, I got it, because it's a Transformers commercial. So I'm saying yes, Murph is saying no, that there's not going to be one. We're going to take a quick step aside for a fast break. When we come back, Murph and I will be discussing with you the college football playoff. To some people, you go, well, it just stayed at 12, Dan. That's staying at 12.
Didn't.
That's staying at 12 for the 2026-27 season. Yes, they stayed at 12. In my opinion, to buy more time, to have more deliberation before they make their ultimate decision on the future. But there are two changes that you have to know for this upcoming college football season. One of them simply means that school has to be liked by enough people in the room. Gross. We'll talk about it right after this inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. I can't wait for your hate mail.
New York, great cars, great people, Great Lakes. In these unique times, there are those in our community that give us a sense of normalcy and positivity. Pizza Man on 50 Oswego Street in Baldwinsville has been here for you for over 35 years and is here now. Call 315-638-1234 or order online at pizzamanbville.com to bring those familiar tastes into your home. And remember to come see our monthly on-site broadcasts centered around the community and our Baldwinsville Bees. Pizza Man in Baldwinsville. Any way you slice it, they are always here for you. Looking for your next ride? Look no further than Great Lakes Honda City, located on 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. Serving our community for decades, their new and pre-owned vast array of vehicles are available to you Monday through Saturday on site. To search from home, shop at GreatLakesHondaCity.com. Call 315-365-5576 to set up an appointment. That's 315-365-5576 for Great Lakes Honda City, 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. Great cars, great people, Great Lakes. Avicoli's Restaurant, located on 7839 Oswego Road in Liverpool, New York, has been serving our community for decades. Your place to go for home cooking on the corner of Route 57 and Wetzel Road is just minutes from Liverpool High School. And every single month, Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora is on site, on location, with Liverpool sports, student athletes, coaches, and administration telling their stories throughout the year. We look forward to seeing you on site at Avicoli's for their casual pizza side, their fine dining, as well as their bar. And of course, you can order online at myavicolis.com. That's myavicollis.com. For takeout, delivery, and catering, call 315-622-5100. That's 315-622-5100. Come on in to the neighborhood spot Avicoli's, open 7 days a week in Liverpool, New York. K9 Campground Dog Boarding is your home away from home for your furry-loving friends. Open 7 days a week with drop-off and pickup times in the morning and later on in the day and early evening. K9 Campground Dog Boarding is the spot to trust with your dog for short and long-term stays. Call 315-299-4013 for more information. That's 315-299-4013, and go to k9campground.com as well. That's KAMP ground.com, where you will find all of the information on their different cabins, which include the classic cabin, executive cabin, grand cabin, and luxury cabin. K9 Campground Dog Boarding, where your dog will have indoor and outdoor areas as well as their own private cabin for any size, any breed, as well as dogs with different needs. Dog parents and dogs alike choose K9 Campground Dog Boarding. Isn't that right, Lily? Looking for your next ride? Look no further than Great Lakes Honda City, located on 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. Serving our community for decades, their new and pre-owned vast array of vehicles are available to you Monday through Saturday on site. To search from home, shop at GreatLakesHondaCity.com. Call 315-365-5576 to set up an appointment. That's 315-365-5576 for Great Lakes Honda City, 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. Great cars, great people, Great Lakes.
And a welcome back here to Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora, where sports truly meets that thing called life. We appreciate you being with us up and down the East Coast, the Midwest, the West Coast, and all around the globe. Here on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora, we're inside of the Great Lakes Honda City studios. Great Lakes Honda City coming to you on 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. And of course, you can go there for sales and service Monday through Saturday. So make sure you do that. Let them know that DT sent you. You can find them all the time online at GreatLakesHondaCity.com. It's a very important conversation we're about to have. Here on the broadcast on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora, we talk about the college football playoff a lot. You can see I'm wearing my Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl here. Got the college football playoff logo on the shoulder. I love covering it. And we know that for the upcoming 26-27 season, well, there's a few things. So I was down in Florida, did my broadcast as they were releasing the college football playoff field for the 12 this season. I did a live broadcast down in Orlando. Shout out to our second home of Dan Tortora Broadcast Media as an entire company, not just Wake Up Call, but the whole company, having a second hub in Florida. And thank you to Orlando, where we do a ton of work, whether it's Do Diz with Dan, Superpowered Pop, or Wake Up Call. And so while I was down there, I released as they were coming out, I was talking about it. And the committee and I were in lockstep in a lot of ways. We were almost completely right on par with each other, including Miami making it over Notre Dame. Well, within a half an hour of the college football playoff committee making their decision, there was something that ran on the bottom line, a ticker note that said, "There's rule changes for the future." It was almost like an apology. It was like, here's who we chose, but we're sorry, Duke, and we're sorry, Notre Dame. We've fixed it for next year. And I was like, well, what the heck does this mean? Well, there's a protection element for Notre Dame and for the Autonomy Four. Now, they don't call them the Power Four. Rich Clark, the executive director of the College Football Playoff, calls them what I call them, the Autonomy Group. He calls them the A4 because that's their legislative term. The Autonomy Four, the A4, the Autonomy Group is comprised of the ACC, the SEC, the Big Ten, and the Big 12. Used to be the Pac-12. They're not a part of it anymore. So he does say the group of six, which is the Pac-12, the Mountain West, the Sun Belt, the MAC, American, and Conference USA. So that's your six that are outside of the A4. Well, these two rule changes, they come with the college football playoff at 26-27. They had to make a decision by January 23rd. They made a decision. Rich Clark told me that decision would either be to stay at 12, go to 16, or go to 24. He trusted the College Football Playoff Management Committee, which is made up of all 10 FBS conference commissioners. So you got your A4 commissioners, your group of six commissioners. I don't like the group of moniker, but just so you understand in these whatever terms that we hear, those are your 10 commissioners plus Notre Dame. My question is, what happens to UConn? They have no representation. Notre Dame has their AD on staff. Where's UConn? Eventually, they're going to have to join a conference. I talked with someone inside of UConn saying, yeah, eventually they're going to have to join a conference somewhere. So when we look, at least for football, they're in the Big East for everything else. So we have...
I don't know why they wouldn't just join the American.
Well, they were a part of the American, and they...
I was going to say, that would just make sense.
Well, they left the American so that they could have Big East basketball back, in my opinion. And when they left the American, they told then Commissioner Mike Oresco, hey, we're going to take everything out, but we're going to leave our 1-3 win football program here. And the response by the American was, if you're going to leave, you're taking everything. You're not leaving us with this. So that was, I guess, UConn kind of thought that they could push their weight, and it didn't work back then. So they're independent, but eventually they're going to have to join a conference. There was the conversation about the ACC in the past. There was conversation about the Big 12. So we'll see if any of that has any validity to it. I can't say it does or does not, but I would venture to say that based on education, it could make sense for them educationally and for power of the conference to look at going to the ACC. But we shall see. So with that being said, and it would also even out the ACC at 18 members, which would even out their schedule, which would make sure that every team plays their new 9-conference schedule instead of this year where some ACC teams are playing 9-conference, 3 non-conference, and then some are staying at 8 and 4. So it's an uneven thing, which I don't know how you can look at your entire conference and decide who the better team is, especially if your top 2 teams, top 3, top 4 teams, if there's a tie, if some of them played 9 conference games and some of them played 8 conference games, because remember, one of those tiebreakers has to do with the strength of the teams you played, whether or not you beat them, which is how Duke got in this year. So if you play 9 conference games and you played one more team that's got a good record, you're going to get in over a team that played 8, which is not fair. So I would imagine that the ACC is looking for an 18th football member. And so maybe that's the place where UConn finds their home. That seems to make a ton of sense now that I'm saying it out loud. So with that being said, the college football playoff looks the same, but it is not. It is here in 26-27 as a placeholder so that they can figure out what they want to do. Now, what I found out in my research, which I'm not surprised because I prognosticated the strength of the SEC and then the SEC and the Big Ten, once the Big Ten added the 4 West Coast schools, that they would form their own entity, potentially with Notre Dame joining the fray. Well, I keep finding out things that keep speaking to that prediction in a positive way. Not good for college football, but good for my prediction. And one of those things is that allegedly at the table of the 10 FBS conference commissioners plus Notre Dame's athletic director, of those 11 voices, they listen to the SEC and the Big Ten the most. That the SEC and the Big Ten have the most pull. So you're sitting in a place where there's representation with the management committee, but it's unequal, allegedly. That the SEC and the Big Ten are the ones that can't agree on 16 or 24. Allegedly, the SEC wants 16. The Big Ten, allegedly, will only agree to 16 if it will become 24 3 years later. Like within a 3-year window that they'll expand to 24. So, 20, 26, 27, all it does is give the College Football Playoff Management Committee another year to talk. But the changes that have been made could be debilitating to the fairness and meaningfulness of the games you play. The autonomy group of 4, ACC, SEC, Big 10, Big 12, will now have their conference champion in the college football playoff, regardless of record. Whoever wins is in. Protecting the ACC, who did not get their champion in this year. So there will no longer be the 5 highest ranked conference champions plus 7 at large. It will now be the 4 autonomy conference champions, no matter what their record is, and only 1 school from the other 6 conferences not in the autonomy group will get the 1 spot. Now, it's written that the 7 at large could be anybody, but we all know well and good that they're never going to have one more outside of the ACC, SEC, Big 10, Big 12. They'll take a conference champion of one of those 6 conferences and nobody else. Probably the American, if not Boise State. But Boise State's going to be in the new PAC, so maybe that gives some validity. The PAC name plus Boise State being regarded by the committee in a positive way. Maybe that marriage works out well if that team goes 13-0 or 12-1 or whatever after their conference championship. So we now know that it's not the 5 highest ranked conference champions. It's the 4 autonomy group conference champions plus the 1 highest ranked group of champion. So that's changed to not allow JMU and Tulane to get in together again, or anybody of those conferences. I'm not just saying those 2, but I'm using an example. And then Notre Dame, here's the second rule change. Notre Dame is in every single year as long as the committee puts them in their top 12 in their final ranking. So all Notre Dame has to do is be liked enough by 12 to 13 people. They don't have to win a conference because they're not in one. They don't have to win a conference championship. Their schedule, which this season, I'm already saying they got 10 wins. They're playing bottom feeders in the Big Ten. They're playing Purdue, who had no Big Ten wins this past season. They're playing Michigan State, who barely got anything in the Big Ten. And they're playing Wisconsin, who was a middle to lower part of the Big Ten. Their schedule is funny. Notre Dame's toughest games this upcoming season will all be at home. How did that work out? SMU and Miami in South Bend. They're also playing BYU, who we know is smoke and mirrors sometimes. The schedule for Notre Dame is set up for them once again to be anywhere between 10-2 and 12-0. They don't have to play a conference champion. They're never going to be in a conference that's not highly touted or is highly touted. They just have to be liked enough by the committee at the end of the season. So you think that Notre Dame's maybe going to get 12 or 13 phone numbers and make sure to text them and call them at 3 o'clock in the morning? Could be. I just find it interesting that here we are with the autonomy group. They have to fight for seeding. Yes, they're going to get their champion in, but they have to fight for where those champions are seated. Are they going to have a bye? Are they going to have to play in the first round? Are they going to be on the road? They got to figure that out. We know that the group of, which is filled with 6 conferences and 40 plus teams, is only going to get one in every year. So you got 6 conferences fighting for one spot. You got the autonomy group knowing they're going to get their champion in, but they don't know where the seating's going to be. And all Notre Dame has to do is be liked enough by 12 or 13 people. Ain't that something? All you got to do is win a popularity contest if you're Notre Dame. That's what it is, folks. That's not my opinion. They have to be ranked high enough. Rankings are made by people's brains and their hearts and what they think, what they believe, who they like sometimes. We know the AP rankings and the coaches' rankings have sometimes made sense and sometimes make no sense. Whoever voted Illinois in the top 9 in the AP, I wonder what type of psychedelic drugs pumped through those rooms. So my question to you, Murph, is where is the fairness in the future of the college football playoff if all Notre Dame has to do is have enough people like them enough to put them high? And we really don't think that Notre Dame is going to make phone calls?
The Notre Dame rule is absurd. Absolutely absurd. They were rightfully so kept out of the playoff this year. Miami was, without question, the second best team in the country. And they deserved to be there with Indiana. Indiana was a historically good football team. Miami nearly beat them.
Yeah.
Notre Dame lost to Miami. Notre Dame also lost to a Texas A&M team who got clobbered in the playoff. What are we talking about here? They don't play in a conference. They didn't deserve to be in the playoff this year. They didn't do enough to be in the playoff this year. Yeah. Anybody that says, oh, we played better than Miami at the end of the season. No, you didn't. Miami proved that they deserved to be there, and they got all the way to the end. They came within a few minutes of winning a national championship. Notre Dame wouldn't have done that. Maybe they win their first game.
Yeah.
Notre Dame was not good this year. They lost to the 2 good teams they played. Everyone else they played was hot garbage. Hot garbage. And they all think that that's enough. I'm going to leave it at that with the Notre Dame point because I'm going to get to the one that I know we are going to disagree on because there's going to be a good little debate here. I do agree with the Power 4 team, each of the Power 4 conferences getting their conference champion in. James Madison had no business being in the playoff this year. I would have much rather seen Duke in that game. And we've talked about this before. Do I think Duke wins that game? No. Are they more competitive than James Madison? Absolutely. Tulane was by far the best group of 5 team this year. Yeah. By far. James Madison only got in because of how bad Duke was in the regular season. Yeah. I still would have put Duke in over them.
James Madison, I told people this all year long. I don't know what the conversation was or why the CFP nuts cut you off. To your point, James Madison did not play a single ranked team the entire season. Now, they did play Louisville, and Louisville wasn't ranked at the time. Louisville had moments of ranking. But James Madison did not have a single ranked win, played an entire schedule of unranked teams, unless you want to, I mean, if you want to say Louisville was at a certain point, they weren't at the time they played them. And and I always say it's not who you were, it's like how you end up, and Louisville did not end up being a ranked team. So they didn't play a single ranked team all season in the top 25. I'm not talking top 10. I'm not talking top 15. JMU did not play a top 25 team all season long. And they were ranked above teams in the American that played multiple top 25 teams that had wins against the autonomy group. So, in my opinion, James Madison had no place in this at all the whole time. I said they were going to get in based on the rules of the CFP because there's no way in hell that they were going to put Duke above James Madison with James Madison already being in the top 25. But James Madison did not play a ranked schedule at all in 13 games. So I do not see a place that James Madison should have been in this thing at all. So, I mean, to what you were talking about, Murph, they did not do a single thing to get in, just like I don't think Indiana did a single thing to get in last year, because you look at Indiana with 11 wins and they didn't play for a conference championship. James Madison had, 12 wins, and they did play for a conference championship, but neither one of those teams beat a ranked team last year. So, in my opinion, last year's Indiana, nobody, and then JMU this year, they didn't beat a ranked team. And I feel like you have to have a ranked win for me to consider you in, because if not, then the MAC, Kennesaw State could have complained about it. We could have saw the Mountain West complain about it. We could have, seen a bunch of different teams complain from different conferences that they should have been in based on that. Like, if we're going based on JMU's schedule, then Tulane, North Texas, and South Florida all should have gotten in. So that's where I had an issue with James Madison, because they did not have a single win against anything that I would say regards them as a team in the CFP. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to...
No, you're fine, because that's a great point. And, I've always said that the group of 5, I guess group of 6 now, is no comparison to the Power 4. The only conference that plays Power 4 schools consistently and has beaten them, granted they've beaten the lower end schools of those conferences, yeah, but beaten them somewhat consistently, is the American. Yeah. I would be willing to sit here and add the American to the Power 4 if they didn't have, if they didn't get embarrassed in the playoff every year. James Madison was only in the playoff because of because nobody else, if had Miami been in the ACC championship game, this would not have been a debate, and Notre Dame would have also been in the playoff. Because Miami would have won the ACC, they would have gotten there, yeah, and been the conference champion, and we never would have had the Miami versus Notre Dame debate. Miami was a conference champ. Miami would have been a conference champion. Notre Dame would have been the last team in. They would have been the 11 seed. And that was, that's the way it would have been. If the American starts to compete more with the top end of those big conferences of the Power 4, then maybe I'll start looking more, at giving them more of a fair shot. But until they do that, until they prove to me that they can hang, they don't have to beat them, but until they can hang with a Georgia or a Texas or an Ohio State or a Clemson. Well, maybe not Clemson now. Probably more so Miami.
Yeah.
Until they prove that they can hang with those teams. Again, they don't have to beat them. Just hang with them.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. I can't in good faith say these schools deserve to be there. And I am all for putting one of the group of 5 schools in as a conference champion because, with what happened with Cincinnati all those years ago and UCF, they probably deserve to at least have a shot at a national championship. Mm-hmm. Cincinnati got embarrassed, but they also played a historically great football team.
They put Alabama against them, and when people said, serves them right, see, look at you, look, Dan, you wanted this team in, you wanted this conference in, and look what happened.
Who was the 2 seed that year?
Was it Ohio?
Might have been Ohio State.
But
I'm not saying they would have beat Ohio State or whoever was the 2 seed that year, but Alabama was a tough draw.
Well, this is what I said to people.
Nobody was beating Alabama that year.
This was my remark. Dan C. put the American in their place. Put Cincinnati in their place. These teams don't belong. My response was, if your identifier...
Alabama wouldn't have blown anybody out that year.
But that's my point. I said, okay, let's be clear. Alabama loses 3 games in 3 years? Maybe?
Didn't they blow out Georgia that year? No, didn't they blow out Georgia that year?
Well, that's the thing. Like, when you look at Alabama, if Cincinnati losing to Alabama proves that Cincinnati never belongs and the American never belongs and nobody from any of the conferences outside of the autonomy group belong, if it is because you lost to Alabama, my response to people was, then the majority of the country doesn't belong. The majority of the SEC doesn't belong. The majority of the ACC doesn't belong. The Big 12, the Big 10, because Alabama under Nick Saban for a very long time, if Cincinnati losing to Alabama means that Cincinnati and the American in and of its entire conference should never be in the college football playoff, just because they lost to Alabama. If that's the reasoning, and this is my response to people, if your reasoning is if you lose to Alabama, you don't belong, then almost no one belongs in the college football playoff of 136 teams, 135 not including Alabama, if that is the test. Because almost nobody beats Alabama, by and large, for a giant run of Nick Saban. So let's just be real about life. It's not that Cincinnati lost. It's that people don't like change. People don't like opening up to it, right? People follow narratives. And the narrative was that the American's bad and everybody else is, and the SEC's good and the Big 12. So that was the narrative. The Big 12 is better than the American, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Prove it. Prove that the Big 12 is that good. The Big 12 is the only conference in the entire CFP, including the American and the Sun Belt this past season. They're the only conference, the Big 12, to score 0 points.
It was Michigan, by the way, as the 2 seed.
Yeah, but they're the only conference to score 0 was the Big 12. And they were like, how many Big 12 teams are going to get in? Does the SEC or does the ACC even deserve to have one? So, again, sometimes narratives are wrong. Sometimes going against the grain is the right thing to do. It's not about where the quantity of people is. It's where the quality of thought is. It's where that actual factual information lies. The American has proven year in and year out, outside of one season within these last 3 years where the conference was down, and the commissioner, I think, would even tell you that, the American has shown you, be it Houston, UCF, Cincinnati, oh wow, they were all really good. All had a shot of an argument for the CFP. Definitely Cincinnati, definitely UCF. And where did all those conferences go? To the Big 12. Oh, wait. So if the Big 12 was better than the American, why did they need the 3 best teams from the American to state their case and build their portfolio? See, you can't make an argument that the American's bad when you desperately need their coaches, their players, and their institutions. As long as you keep poaching them, you're telling me that I'm correct in what I've said about the American from the jump. So Cincinnati should be there. They should have been there. And to say, well, Alabama embarrassed them. Okay, well, Clemson embarrassed Ohio State. Alabama embarrassed Washington. So in that case, Washington should never be in. And where's Washington? In the Big 10. So then the Big 10 should never play in it. And if Ohio State scores 0 against Clemson, well, then that even further shows you that the Big 10 should never be in it. But does that make sense? Because if the Big 10 wasn't in it, we wouldn't have the last 3 champions. So it's not about Cincinnati. It's about what people want to believe, and people want to believe that the group of is trash and the autonomy group is the best, when in actuality, when it comes to the American has proven over and over again, and people just pretend like this history didn't happen. They've proven over and over and over again that they should be in the room. UCF beat Baylor. We look at the games that have happened. UCF beat Auburn. In that year, Auburn beat Alabama and Georgia. And in that year, Alabama and Georgia played for the national championship. So the team that beat the two teams that played in the title game didn't even get a chance to be in. Then the NCAA said to UCF, you are a national champion. Not UCF. So people, again, do your homework. UCF did not claim a national title. The NCAA said they had one. And there are multiple teams in the autonomy group that in history claimed national titles. There are SEC teams that have claimed to be national champions far more than UCF. But the rule book in the NCAA, they're not their rule book, their historic book states that they have made them national champions, just like they gave it to Boise State during the BCS, when Boise State went undefeated and they said that they can claim a right to the national championship. This was not UCF writing their own history. This was the NCAA saying, we consider you a champion even though you didn't play in the CFP. And there are numerous schools that would shock you that have claimed to be national champions when it doesn't even make any type of logical reasoning that they would even be a sniff to the national championship. Miami beat the two teams that played for the BCS championship years ago. Did Miami claim that they're champions? So let's just be real about certain things in our collegiate football model. The American has been slapped a million times, and they have shown you that no matter how many times you hit them and knock them down, they keep getting back up. And if Cincinnati losing to Alabama means that the American's in their place, well, then I guess that more than half the country's in their place from Alabama. Because Alabama spanked a lot of y'all, and y'all are acting like you don't have hand marks on your butt.
Yeah, and that's why I think college football has got some weird rules, man. The fact that, and this is why I think we need a 2014 playoff. There are way too many teams in college football to say there are 4 teams, there are 2 teams, there are 4 teams, there are 12 teams that are allowed to compete for the national championship. Back in the old days, you had to go undefeated to win a national championship or to even have a chance to play for a national championship.
Yeah, they would hope that there was 2 undefeated teams. Because if there was more than 2, then somebody was getting left out, Boise State.
And somebody was getting screwed. And it wasn't their fault. Boise State got screwed. Boise State was the only team from a group of 5 school in that era that had any chance of competing for a national championship.
Boise State was UCF before UCF. Boise State
I think Boise State was a little better than UCF at that point. That's just my opinion.
UCF.
I think that Boise State team beats those UCF teams.
I don't know. You lose an entire staff.
They're both. It'd be a good game.
Yeah, you lose an entire staff, and I don't know any other place in the history of sports, any other team, any other school, any other institution, any other professional team that could lose an entire staff and go from undefeated to undefeated. They won 25 straight games, including that win over Auburn, and they would have won 26, but they go on the West Coast and they play a game against LSU, I think it was, and they lost.
Yeah, I think it was LSU.
Yeah, they lost by 1 possession, and you would have thought that they lost by 100 points.
With a backup quarterback, no less.
Right, they won 25 games in a row, and as soon as they lost their first game, the people that just chase those narratives, that wouldn't let go of the narrative, are like, see, they suck. It's like they could have gone 92-0, the 93rd game, and they lose that game, they'd be like, see, we told you. They're just waiting for you to make one mistake. Like the people that never say a word when you put out a bunch of great predictions and you're right 45 times, but that 46th prediction you got wrong, and they pop out there. Or if you write like 92 posts, but the 93rd has a typo, they're like, look at you, you professional. It's like, you didn't say anything about the other 92 of them. You were waiting for a mistake. In the case of LSU and UCF in that game, UCF played with their backup quarterback, and everybody wanted to talk about LSU has backup DBs, and the guys are tired, and this guy's getting ready for the NFL. It's like, yeah, UCF had a bunch of injuries too. Why didn't you talk about that? UCF had a bunch of injuries. They had their backup quarterback playing in his second college game against LSU, and they made them go to the other side of the country. And they were a good team. They were undefeated. They had to play farther away from home than probably most of America because they didn't care about UCF. So they put them on the other side of the country. Then you play LSU. You got a backup quarterback in the game. You don't have your starter. You don't have Mackenzie Milton playing there. You have a backup. We saw what the backup did with the Denver Broncos. We saw what the backup's done historically behind Tom Brady with the Patriots. We saw what the backups have done with the Raiders and the Jaguars and so on and so forth. It doesn't typically work. So why are people not up in arms about UCF losing that game? Why were there no excuses? Why was it not, yeah, we lost by one possession, but we had our backup quarterback? Come on now. If that was Notre Dame, they'd be crying to the committee saying, give us a trophy. We almost won. Remember when Notre Dame beat the non-Trevor Lawrence Clemson team? And then when they played Trevor Lawrence healthy, Trevor Lawrence embarrassed them? And the committee still put Notre Dame in the college football playoff saying, well, you got one of them. You won against DJ.
Yeah, and then they also got smoked.
Yeah, and right. And you beat DJ Uiagalelei, who we know was not a strong college quarterback. By and large, he had a pretty good season at Oregon State, but did not have good seasons at Clemson or at Florida State. So what are we really talking about, folks? We're talking about, and I can't say it enough, we're talking about narratives. All that is that somebody writes something on a piece of paper that has no value unless you give it to them. And some people will follow whatever you say. When in actuality, it's like, Dan, why do you defend the American? Because there's something to defend. What did Mike Oresco say on my show numerous times? Tim Pernetti, we talk about the commissioner that's there now. We talk about the American, and Mike Oresco over and over and over again, he said, Dan, you have given us credit. You have been there for us. You have backed us. And not just because. You did it because you do your homework and you have your reasoning. He's like, you didn't back us if we weren't good. You backed us when you had a reason to. And you took the time to do the research, to have those reasons, and present the cases. So all I'm saying is, how do we crap on UCF for losing a game by one possession with a backup quarterback when I don't know anybody that was shitting on Denver for losing to the Patriots without Bo Nix?
Whoa.
I'm just saying.
I mean, you're not wrong about that. And the main reason I like the 2014 playoff model is because this way you get each of the 10 conference champions in. And if there is one from the group of 5 or group of 6 now that stands out and is that good, they will prove it. But if they're not, like most of the country kind of expects, they will get blown out or they will lose. More often than not, probably get blown out. The top of those conferences, and let me rephrase that. The top of the American, because I think the other conferences, in all fairness, the other conferences are a joke. The Sun Belt, the MAC, now the Pac-12, and Conference USA. They don't play anybody. And when they do, they get their butts kicked. Bad. They'll go play LSU in a down year and get blown out.
Yeah.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think that LSU team that UCF lost to was led by none other than Joe Burrow. I believe that was Joe Burrow's his first year at LSU. That wasn't as good.
Yeah, I'll tell you this right now. So it was 40-32. It was the Fiesta Bowl, which was the PlayStation Fiesta Bowl at the time, not Verbo Fiesta Bowl. DJ Mack Jr. was the quarterback of UCF after Mackenzie Milton went down. And Otis Anderson, God bless him in heaven, was the running back for UCF, who should be in the NFL right now, but had an untimely passing in his early 20s, and God bless him in heaven. Gabe Davis was on that team, and Adrian Killens of UCF. LSU had Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson, who all played in the game.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase. So you got a backup quarterback going up against Jamar Chase, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Justin Jefferson, and Joe Burrow. If this was flipped and LSU lost this game, oh my Lord, the excuses that would have come through this thing.
That LSU team did not change much.
Which some people consider the greatest ever. You know what I mean?
They were the greatest college football team I have ever seen.
And so they
blew out everybody.
Right.
They had 7 top 10 wins or 7 ranked wins.
Think about that. They blew out Clemson in the national title game in the college football playoff, but they beat UCF by 1 possession.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to talk about that.
I'll give UCF, UCF doesn't get the credit they deserve.
And that was a backup quarterback.
I've come around on that.
That was a backup quarterback.
I have definitely come around on that because I thought it was a joke. And the more I've kind of seen it, I'm like, all right, that team was that good. Do I think they would have won a national championship in either of those 2 years? Probably not. Do I think they deserved a shot to play for it? Yes.
Do I think they would have been better than Washington and Notre Dame in the four that we
I don't know. Notre Dame, yes. Washington, I don't know.
Washington got
you can't score less than 0, but
and that was my excuse. I say that all the time. How does UCF not belong in the college football playoff either one of those 2 years, especially the year that they beat Auburn when Auburn beat Alabama and Georgia? How did they? And what did they say when they beat Auburn? What was said? Well, Auburn didn't want to play. Auburn didn't want to get off the plane. Auburn didn't care about the game because they weren't in the CFP. So they lost not because UCF was a better team. They lost because they didn't care. That's what people said. Would they ever say that about an SEC team? Are they saying that about Miami right now? Oh, Miami only lost the game because they were at home and they partied and they were out on South Beach the night before.
Miami lost that game because they were the inferior team.
And it was 1 possession with 51 seconds left, which is a lot better than most people did against Indiana this season, especially Oregon, who they played twice. So when you look at it, you say to yourself, UCF in 2 years lost 1 game by 8 points to Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Hello, so let's just call it what it is, okay? There is a narrative that people can't get off of when they're wrong. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. That's it, okay? I backed Miami, and I got hell for weeks back in Miami. I haven't heard a peep in over a month. Not a little, nothing. Not even that sound, that like barely audible sound, that noise that's in every room. Nothing. Because when you're right, silence. When you're wrong, oh my gosh, if Miami lost their first game, I would have gotten 5,000 messages. But see, here's the thing. I'm not a Miami fan. I'm a broadcaster. My job is to do my homework. My homework told me that Miami's in, Notre Dame's out. If you don't like it, win the games. This is my thing to note, not just Notre Dame.
If they would have beaten Miami or there's no debate.
Here's my thing, okay? This is how you don't have any conversation. Go 12-0. Go 12-0. Join a conference. Show me that you can beat somebody. Show me you can consider. How about this, Notre Dame? When you schedule, when the American schedules the Big Ten or the SEC, some people say, well, they didn't schedule the top part of the SEC, they scheduled the bottom. Well, they didn't schedule. If the American was playing Purdue, they would say, well, yeah, they beat a Big Ten team, but they didn't beat a good Big Ten team. If Notre Dame beats Purdue, what do? They raise them up the rankings. Why? If Memphis beats Purdue, nobody cares. They say you beat a Big Ten team, but you beat a crap Big Ten team right now. They didn't win a game last year in the Big Ten. They barely won a game at all in Purdue. Okay, I'm not trying to crap on Purdue. I'm just talking to you about where Purdue is at right now. Okay, If the American beats Purdue, they say you beat the bottom part of the Big Ten, beat the top part, we'll have a conversation. If they beat Michigan State, you didn't beat the top. If you beat the top, we'll have a conversation. Beat Wisconsin, you didn't beat the top. But if you beat the top, we'll have a conversation. You beat Maryland. Well, if you beat the top, that's what they would say about the American. Every single
I am
time.
still waiting to see
Right. But
a top of the American team play a top of.
But that's the thing. Every single time.
Those schools.
Every single time. That would be.
But I don't think those power teams want to schedule those games.
Right. They don't want to schedule the games because they don't want to lose. Nobody wants it. Arkansas lost to Memphis and hired Memphis's coach. Okay? They basically were like, we can't beat you, so why don't you come here so the next time we play that team, we don't get embarrassed. Okay? There's something to be said about the fact that the Big Ten upper echelon, outside of when Ohio State played Cincinnati years ago when Luke Fickell was there. Okay? But Cincinnati didn't have to play that game. Cincinnati could have went 12-0 and played a crap schedule like Notre Dame does.
Did they go 11-1 that year?
Yeah, I think that was their loss. That was because it was within that period of success. They didn't have a lot of losses. Cincinnati did not have a lot of losses. They had a 4-8 season in Luke Fickell's first season, and then they went on and they were that team that was winning double digits. But Notre Dame, if you win your games, you win your games. Now, I'll tell you this right now, Murph. Write it down today. Today is February 2nd, 2026. It is 11:46 in the morning. Write this down. When Notre Dame beats Purdue, Wisconsin, and or Michigan State, I guarantee you they highly tout, highly regard, and build up those teams that they beat to be good teams, and they talk all these great things about them, and they don't make any mention of how bad those teams have been in recent history. But if anybody in the American beat any one of those three teams, they would say, play somebody good in the Big Ten and then call us. There's a reason why Notre Dame schedules who they schedule.
Well, yeah. I just look back at that because that was from September of 2019. This was the Joe Burrow LSU year.
Yeah.
The crazy, whatever. Ohio State beat them 42-0.
Yeah.
This was the year before.
It was a bad game.
They went undefeated.
It was a bad game.
And just looking at it, they beat UCLA.
Look at the end of that
Pac-12.
season.
Obviously, bad team there.
Who'd they play at the end of the
year?
year?
They lose to Ohio State. They beat Miami of Ohio. They beat Marshall. They beat UCF. They beat Houston. They beat Tulsa. They beat East Carolina. They beat UConn. Beat South Florida. Beat Temple.
Right.
Then they lost to Memphis twice. They lost to Memphis in the last week of the regular season, and then lost to Memphis in the American Championship game.
Right. Cincinnati, after that, played Georgia in the 2020-2021 season. It was the first live on-site event that I did with all that COVID stuff going on. I flew to Atlanta
in the
for
Peach
game,
Bowl, yeah.
Did the game and flew home. They played Georgia. It took Georgia's last two possessions and a field goal to barely beat Cincinnati in a game that Cincinnati commanded for more than half the game. And that Georgia team went on to win 2 national championships. So once again, that Cincinnati team, it takes Georgia everything to win that game, and then they go win 2 national titles. And then that UCF team that went 25-0, look at what it took LSU just to barely beat a backup quarterback. So again, that plays to my point right there. UCF and Cincinnati were playing better against those, like UCF was playing better against LSU, and Cincinnati was playing better against Georgia. Of those teams that went on to win national titles, that they played those teams better than other teams in their conferences and other teams in the college football playoff. That's what I'm saying. Cincinnati and UCF were better against those national champions than the teams that are from the autonomy group.
The difference, though, is that they are the exception, not the rule. I think you'd agree. I think you would agree with me.
But where are they now?
They're in the Big 12, and they're terrible.
Big 12, and of the schools,
and they're terrible.
And the schools that were good this year, and the schools that did good things this year, Memphis, Tulane, the schools that we're hearing about, they've been asked to go elsewhere. South Florida, they've been asked to go elsewhere. The Pac-12 was allegedly looking to take 2, 3 of these schools. Why? Because they need them to build. You don't go to a conference and continue to grab their coaches, players, and institutions to build your resume if they're shitty. You're not going to build a shitty resume. And I apologize.
Damn, you are letting loose today.
I'm just saying. We got to
I
call a
hope
spade.
you're gonna have to go back and edit here, man. We got some bleeps that we got to put in here.
We have to call a spade a spade.
I'm glad it's not me.
We got to call a spade a spade. Okay, we have to call a spade a spade. If the American is so bad, why do you need them to build your resume? Why? If they're so crappy, why are they the coaches you give $45 million to? If they're so crappy, why are they the student athletes that you go to get and poach that go on to the NFL? If they're so crappy, why do you need their institutions to validate your conference? The American has shown every single year that the autonomy group needs them to survive. Coaches, student athletes, and institutions. The Big 12 and or Pac-12 could have died if not for the American. I argued that if the American flipped it and the American attacked the Big 12 when all that realignment was going on, they could have killed the Big 12. The American could have been advantageous and killed the Big 12 instead of the Big 12 attacking them. It has been proven constantly, even in down years.
The Big 12 had the power. That's the problem.
But even in down years, it has been proven that if you don't have the American, you don't step forward. The American just had 4 coaches hired to the autonomy, 3 in the SEC, 1 in the Big 12. Alex Golesh is at Auburn now via South Florida. John Summerall's at Florida now via Tulane. You look at Eric Morris, he's at Oklahoma State now via North Texas. Ryan Silverfield's in Arkansas now via Memphis. And this is a normal thing. And by the way, how about this? How about these programs that lose these coaches to the autonomy group? They end up refueling themselves. I can't tell you how many times an American Conference football member has lost a coach and people are like, what the hell are they going to do? Willie Fritz left Tulane and went to Houston. And they're like, well, he just built Tulane into a competitor. And now Tulane's going to die? And then John Summerall goes in and plays for 2 conference championships and goes to the college football playoff, first time in Tulane history? How many times? That's the story on top of the story. You poach the coaches, you bring them into the autonomy group, giving credence to the American, and then those American teams continue to win and they go find other coaches. The American continues to reload. I don't know how the heck they do. I give these ADs and presidents and chancellors a ton of credit because these American conferences keep losing student athletes and coaches and they keep turning around and finding good stuff. Whoever is going out there and doing these job interviews, God bless you. Because it's one thing anybody can stumble on a nut once, but when you keep feeding your family every single time you hibernate, shout out to y'all. Because the American keeps finding the diamonds in the rough over and over and over again. Oh, you're going to poach our quarter? Look at Tulane. Duke poaches Darian Mensah. Tulane plays Duke and beats him. They're like, okay, you're going to take our quarterback? Nobody thought that Darian Mensah was good at Tulane, right? He wasn't talked about nationally at Tulane, was he? But then he goes in the portal and all of a sudden he's a god to some people. By the way, there's only one guy that's got a big G, not a little one. But Darian Mensah, I like Darian Mensah. But why don't we talk about him at Tulane? But we talk about him at Duke, and now he's at Miami, and now everybody's going to talk about him. Oh my gosh, is Darian Mensah the new prodigal son after Carson Beck and Cam Ward? He's going to get so much pub right now because he's in South Beach.
Well, he's getting the publicity because of the whole NIL
he's getting the publicity
legal situation.
Miami, and he's in an autonomy group. That's where he's getting the publicity. But the reality of it all, Murph, again, where did Darian Mensah start his career? Where did Dylan Gabriel start his career? There was only one undefeated team 2 years ago in college football Division I FBS. That team was Oregon. Who was their quarterback? Dylan Gabriel. Where did he start? UCF. What are we talking about? The American finds the talent. The autonomy group takes it. That's reality, Murph. If you don't think that the American's a farm system of coaches and student athletes, it has been. They don't want to be, but they have been. They find the talent, and then the autonomy group's, holy crap. Well, thank God you found that coach and that student athlete that we never would have looked for. The Dukes and the Miamis and the Ohio States and the Michigans and the Alabamas, they're thanking the American for doing their homework because their scouts are fantastic. Their ADs, their chancellors, and their presidents are really smart. they got a great system, and they find good coaches. And mark my words right now, if I had to put my money on anybody, it's on Alex Golish at Auburn. It is.
That's why I wanted him and not John Summerall. But just saying. Just saying. You know, the thing is with the American, and obviously we've had this conversation many times, and I think it's always a good debate when we have it, because I think I've kind of come around a little bit, but I still, you know, have my disagreements about the American in general. I think part of what happens with teams looking to the American for coaches.
Yeah.
I think part of it has more to do with the fact that they know they're not going to go get coaches from low-level SEC schools or ACC schools or Big Ten schools, because their teams are terrible. Those coaches are getting fired. Why would you want to hire those guys? Only exception to that is, you know, when Alabama went and hired Kalen DeBoer from Washington. That doesn't happen. They're usually having to hire coordinators, or they're hiring lower-level coaches. My biggest argument here: if the American is so good, why are those coaches and players leaving? Why are those programs leaving? That's my biggest thing, because like these guys want to go. Yes,
money.
These guys want to go play big time Division I football. You're not going to do that at Tulane, at Memphis, at North Texas. You are going to do that at, you know, and I'm going to name some middle of the pack to bottom to middle of the pack schools in the power conferences. An Arkansas, a Wisconsin, a Michigan State, a Florida State. They would rather go to those schools and play because they know they at least have a somewhat of a chance to go win a national championship there.
But
they know at their American schools that they're probably not going to win a national championship.
Memphis beat Florida State.
They did. They
beat their old coach.
But they did. So this is kind of my whole thing about this. If the American is as good as they say it is, and I'm like I said, I'm coming around on the American. I'm starting to give them their flowers that they deserve.
All I can say is
these guys would not be leaving if the American was so good.
But that's the thing. I don't think that's fair, because the college football playoff has deemed it almost impossible to get in to the CFP. By the wording now, you're only going to have one conference champion of 6 conferences.
It's going to be the American,
right?
Because no other conference deserves it.
But again, the American has preached the fact that they should be in there. Now, Tim Pernetti's not saying Power 5 anymore, but P5, P6, that's what Mike Oresco was saying. But we're in a place right now where the American has shown that it was better than the Pac, and look at what happened to the Pac. The American didn't die, but the Pac almost did. But look at the Pac.
I would argue it did. This is not the same Pac-12 that it used to be.
But you look at it, and I said before any of that happened, the Pac wasn't doing well, nor is the Big 12. I was arguing the American was better than the Pac, definitely, and better than the Big 12 in certain cases. They were better. And so now it's like, obviously they're better, or else the Big 12 wouldn't take their 3 best schools at the time, or 2 best schools at the time, plus Houston that was on its way back up. But because Houston was better at the beginning of the American, and they won the first ever American championship in football, by the way. Greg Ward Jr. Still have the video on my phone of him kissing the trophy in the locker room. But there's so much to be said about the fact that, to your point, you say if it's so good, then why are the coaches and the players leaving? Number one, money. Number two, here's the other reason. They have more opportunity. The college football playoff was written that it was the 5 highest ranked conference champions. It's not anymore. Now there's only going to be one high ranked conference champion, not in the autonomy group. So, if you're in the American, you're going up against 40 plus teams hoping to God to get one spot. And then the 7 at large, the college football playoff says, well, that could be anybody. But that's not true, because it's never going to be at large from the American, Mountain West, Sun Belt, MAC, Conference USA. It's not going to be any of those.
This is why we need
Pac-12.
24.
Okay, that's why I argued 24, so that every conference champion has a spot. And because when you argue 24 and you break it down, when you get to 22, those last 2 teams, you're like, am I going to take a 5th or 6th Big Ten team, or can I please allow somebody else from the American to come in? This year, if there was 24, I would have taken a South Florida Tulane, a Tulane, North Texas. I would have taken 2 of them.
Let's look back at it.
Because I know North Texas can fight, and I know South Florida had key wins, and I know South Florida did some good things. So, and if Notre Dame's win over Boise State means anything, then so does South Florida's win over Boise State. But what I'm saying to you, Murph, is because of the way the college football playoff is worded now, and you say, well, why do student athletes and coaches leave? Why are they leaving if the American's so good? I'll tell you why they're leaving. Because there's more opportunity in the autonomy group to get in the CFP. And if you get in the CFP, you make more money, you have more exposure, you have a better shot of hopes of being a high draft pick in the NFL. So the reason why the American loses their student athletes is because the college football playoff plays to the autonomy group. So if you can make more money and have more exposure, you're going to go. That's just real. So you want to know why people leave the American? Because the college football playoff is not set up for the American to have the opportunity. And people are going to leave for opportunity. And coaches will tell you that. Coaches will tell you that. How many coaches in the American earned the right to play for a national championship that never got to? Luke Fickell should have done it twice. Not once. They should have done it twice. For goodness sakes, Texas A&M with Jimbo Fisher in the autonomy group should have played for it. And maybe he never gets fired if they had let him go in and not Notre Dame. So you want to know why they leave? Money and opportunity. It's not the Americans' fault that they're leaving. It's the way that college football is set up right now. It is not set up for any of those 6 conferences that are not in the autonomy group, which is why I believe eventually they will form their own division, because they can't keep being in a place that is about fair and equitable that's not fair and equitable. You can say words, but you got to live them, Murph. Okay, what do we look at when we look at any relationship in life? Romantic, family, friend, business. It's all the same. Everybody says they're a great person. How many people actually are? That's the reality of it all. We can say the college football playoff is fair and equitable, but it's not. Not to those 6 conferences. I love the college football playoff, but I think if I sat in that room, they would say the same thing. It's not fair and equitable. It's written to be fair and equitable, but you and I both know that they will take a 5th team from the Big Ten or the SEC before they will take a 2nd team from the group of. That's just real. So unless they go to 24, this is never going to happen. Unless they go to 24, have every one of the 10 conference champions have an automatic bid. Unless they do 24 and they keep in that every conference gets their champion in, unless those are in place, this thing is going to break. I'm telling you right now, if they don't go to 24 and they don't give every one of the 10 conference champions an automatic bid in the CFP, this CFP will see a break of the autonomy group and the group of. I'm telling you that right now. I predicted it how many years ago? And it's only gone further into the divide. There's no way in hell that 50 teams want to play for one spot, Murph. You know that. I know that.
That's true. But like if we were to do this experiment, right? And hang on, let me grab a piece of paper from right over here. If we were to do this experiment and we're taking last year it was 9, so let's say the 9 conference champions. Hang on.
Yeah, we did this.
Bear with me for just a second.
We did this on the show, and it literally played. It played to the perfectly. Like it showed that 24 was more than enough, because when you get to the end of 24 and you're looking for like those last 2 or 3 at-large teams, you really don't need them. They could probably get away with doing 20 or 22. They don't even need 24.
I know. I mean, I'm just
because if you have 24 and you have 10 conference champions, that means you double the amount of at-large that you have right now. So even if you take the 10 conference champions and people don't like that, there's 14 at-large spots. And I just did it recently with the final top 25 of the country. I had the majority of the top 21 in the CFP. So you're leaving out 14, like you're leaving out the bottom of the top 25 that probably shouldn't even be there. So, because it was Michigan and USC, and I was like, I don't need these teams. Michigan had no place in this year. And I was literally sitting here going, well, according to this, like Michigan would be my 23rd team in or 24th team in, which to me is like, it's more than, because people always complain no matter how much you expand, somebody's going to complain about whatever. If you go to 24, 10 conference champions, 14 at large, Notre Dame's going to get in every year, and then you're going to have 13 spots. And if you really break it down, those 13 spots, it's going to be hard for you to find the last two. Instead of going, oh my gosh, I have 7 teams for the last 2 spots, you're going to be sitting there going, who the hell do I put in the last 2 spots? And you're going to have everybody represented. Because I'm telling you this right now, there's no point in playing a conference championship if 6 conferences don't matter.
So you would go down to number 17 would be where your cutoff would be essentially. You got your 9 conference champions, or in that case it'll be 10. So then it'd probably be 16. Your cutoff is at 17. So this year the teams that would have gotten in at large would be Ohio State, Oregon, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Alabama, Miami, Notre Dame, BYU, Texas, Vanderbilt, Utah, USC, Arizona. Wait a minute. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. USC, Arizona, and Michigan. That would be your 24. Now, could you debate Michigan versus Virginia versus some others? Sure. But when you get down that would be your 24.
But that's what I'm saying. Get to those points. UCF, Arizona, and Michigan have no place in this past year's CFP if it was 24. That's why I'm saying 24 is perfect, because instead of getting to a place where you're like, I have way too many teams and who am I going to put in still, I think 24 is the sweet spot to value every FBS conference, still put value to Notre Dame, and have enough space that you're not in a place where you're like, oh my goodness, I need more. I need more than 20. Because they always say that about the NCAA tournament, like 68 is not enough, 75 is not enough, 92 is not enough. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's definitely enough. Like, if you want to go to 72, I'm fine with that. But it's like, that's enough. There's 300, but again,
it's more than enough.
There's 300.
There are teams that make March Madness that have no business.
But you think about it, there's 368 schools, and you're taking 68. So there's 300 you're saying no to. In the case of college football, like, you have 12, and there's 136. If you take 24, you're definitely putting yourself in a position where, I'm telling you this right now, it's the only way to keep the FBS together. It's the only way. 16 is not going to do anything. That's going to be more SEC, more Big Ten, and then I hope to goodness that the ACC can get 2 in if there's 16, for Lord's sake. But like, because the ACC is a lot better than people.
This year they wouldn't have.
Well, the ACC,
there's no way they would have this year.
See, the ACC to me.
Well, actually, that's not true. They would have had, if they go to 16, they would have put Duke in.
And my thing is, if SMU had one less loss, and Miami did what they did, SMU and Miami should have both been in. If SMU was the ACC champion and Miami was 10-2 outside, then there was a path in the last 3 weeks. They both
would have been in. James Madison would have been out.
In the last 3 weeks, there was a path for those two to get in. And SMU...
James Madison would have been out.
Yeah, SMU just lost.
James Madison needed Duke to win that game.
Right.
They had zero chance if Duke didn't win that game.
It was the chaos theory that was predicted by Shane Barrett and myself here on Wake Up Call, and the chaos theory came to fruition. We had the entire chaos theory. The whole thing. Literally written out. Go back and
watch it. Was fun.
It was a 19-minute... I took a 19-minute clip from Wake Up Call, put it out there for you to see that we predicted the chaos theory. The entire thing. Every conference champion, the whole thing. We predicted what would happen, and it happened. And I thought
it was certainly fun.
Yeah. I mean, but let's be real.
It was bad for the playoff, but it was fun.
But the reality was James Madison did not play a ranked team. And I'm sorry. Like, there's got to be something to that, which is why the rankings matter, which is why the voters matter, which is why they need to look at some of the people voting in here, because to say that they don't have a bias toward a conference or two is outrageous. Because at this point, I mean, like, I can disagree with a spot or two, but when I look at your top 10, and I vehemently disagree with a bunch of them, top 15, like there is, I mean, you look at what they did with the Big 12. They had to make Texas Tech look good, so then they had to make BYU look good. So then at the end, they put Arizona State in, they put Arizona. All these teams that weren't in the top 25 all of a sudden appeared in the top 25. Oh my gosh, they're good. Why are they good now? They're good now? They're good after all these weeks. All of a sudden, they're good? Like, when was Arizona good this year? Where's the validity to that? And Texas Tech, oh my goodness, again, can you score less than 0? So, like, I mean, Texas Tech is a talented team. They had a bad game. I like their coach. I like Jacob Rodriguez. There's guys on the, I mean, they had a good team, right? They didn't have a good game. But when Texas Tech has a bad game, nobody's saying the Big 12 doesn't deserve to be in the college football playoff. Look at how embarrassing that was. That was the worst game of the CFP. It was the worst game. It was such, that was the worst.
I disagree with that. I think Oregon JMU was the worst game of the CFP.
JMU at least scored.
In garbage time.
No, they had scores earlier in the game. They didn't score just at the end. They had some things earlier in the game. Tulane had good moments on their first couple drives. It's not like they just had it in garbage time. But that Texas Tech game, neither one of those teams was moving. Oregon won that game being they had a bad game against a worse team. And my words at the end of that game, if Oregon plays this way against Indiana, they will lose by 40. They lost by 34.
I didn't disagree. I completely agree with you in that.
But they had a bad
game. I also said all year long.
I felt
horrible. I also said all year long that Texas Tech was not a good team.
But I was talking about the Big 12. Oh, the Big 12 is so much better than the ACC. And I was like, why? Why? How? And the ACC.
The Big 12 is not better than the ACC.
Well, here's the thing about
I don't know what planet anybody is on to try to think that the Big 12 is better than the ACC.
But here's the ACC.
Without Oregon and without Oklahoma and Texas, the Big 12 is awful.
But the thing about the ACC, and to your point, I mean, Big 12 lost their identifiers. The thing about the ACC is Clemson and Florida State have been their identifiers. So if they're not good, then people just say, well, the conference sucks. Wait a minute. You'd rather have a top-heavy conference? You'd rather have 2 out of 17 good? That's the Big 10. The Big 10 has 3 out of 18. 3. And that's me including Oregon. 3. Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon. Ohio State played a weak schedule. They got embarrassed in the college football playoff. Oregon played a weak schedule. They got spanked in the college football playoff. So let's look at, I mean, I think anybody could have beaten Texas Tech in that game, including potentially Duke, because I think Duke can run the ball. And I think Duke can move the ball better than Texas Tech was moving the ball. So, I mean, you think about Dan Lanning. Why is he going for every fourth and it doesn't matter. 4th and whatever, let's go for it. Because he knew that offense couldn't move, so why not continue to play? Why not continue to go after it? It's not like you're going to give up the ball in good field position and they're going to do anything with it. So he kept going for it, which I commend him for, because why the heck not? But I don't want to hear the ACC's bad. The ACC had a 6-way tie for second place. Okay? I would rather have an ACC where there is almost half the conference fighting for the top 2 spots than just have Clemson and Florida State. I would rather have Virginia. Okay, because let's talk about this. Virginia came out of the basement. Duke came out of the basement. These are teams that were, Georgia Tech came out of the basement. Miami, in the last 4 years, has come out of the basement. I talked to John Swafford about something a while back.
Louisville's come out of the basement.
Well, yes, but John Swafford and I had a conversation. And I said to John Swafford, I said, let's talk about this right now. Let's talk about where we are right now with the Atlantic and the Coastal when they had divisions. I said, John, did you ever think about getting rid of divisions or switching it up or doing something with it? Because the Atlantic division seems to be, that's where all the talent is. You know what John Swafford said to me, the then ACC commissioner? He said, Dan, if this was years ago, they would have been saying it about the Coastal. He said years ago, the Coastal division, they were the ones that were top heavy, and the Atlantic wasn't doing well. Now that Clemson and Florida State are good, Now they're saying it about the Atlantic. But mark my words, Dan, the Coastal Division will be good again. So what's the point of this, right? They say that our divisions are uneven because the Atlantic was good at the time, but he said, mark my words, it'll spin back to the Coastal. The ACC doesn't have divisions anymore. And who are the best teams in the ACC right now? Georgia Tech, Coastal. Miami, Coastal. Duke, Coastal. Virginia, Coastal. SMU wasn't in the conference. So guess what, John Swafford? You're 100% correct. So the ACC is far better than people give them credit for. But again, it's a narrative. And I talked to the ACC about it. I said, where did this come from 4 years ago that these 4 and 3 letter networks go on television and they just go, the ACC sucks. And people go, okay, if you say so. Like,
I mean, if you're comparing it to the Big Ten and the SEC, maybe. But if you're comparing it to the Big 12, it is better than the Big 12. The Big 12 is by far the worst of the Power 4 conferences. By far. I also think, the ACC is a distant third between the Big Ten and the SEC. I don't care I don't care that the Big Ten's won the last 3 national championships. The SEC is still the best conference in college football.
Of course.
Top to bottom, it's still the best conference in college football.
Of course.
We were just talking about ACC teams that have come out of the basement, right? And that they've, started being successful.
Yeah.
Ole Miss was in the basement for years. Vanderbilt was the worst Power 5 program in college football for a long time. Nearly made the playoff this year. Then you got good teams that are not as good anymore. Auburn, Florida, South Carolina, Arkansas. You move further up. Texas A&M was never good until about a decade ago. And they've kind of just floated around a little bit.
Under Jimbo Fisher.
Correct.
And now Mike Elko. And where was Mike Elko? He was at Texas A&M as the D coordinator under Jimbo Fisher. Then he spent 2 years at where? Duke. And then Duke got relevant, and they stayed relevant under Manny Diaz. So, again.
Even Missouri's in the middle of the SEC.
And by the way, Notre Dame can thank the ACC for multiple starting quarterbacks, including the one that brought them to the national championship game, Riley Leonard, who committed to Duke. So Notre Dame's got to give credence to it as well. Because if the ACC wasn't good, they wouldn't have Sam Hartman or Riley Leonard.
Yeah. I mean, the Big Ten's flipped a little bit in recent years. I mean, USC really hasn't been good until they got Caleb Williams.
They're just starting to get better. USC is on the precipice of going into a good chapter that I would say coming off of this year, if they keep trending up, I think USC could raise into the top 5 of the Big Ten. I see that in USC. I don't see it in Washington right now necessarily. I see it in USC.
They had one good year.
I see it in USC. Oregon's got to play a tougher schedule. They got to start getting some games in here. And Ohio State, yeah, I mean
they're a factory.
Ohio State has relevancy.
They are a factory.
Obviously Indiana, but Ohio State, I mean they again Julian saying, and this is what Ryan Day said to answer my question. Like Julian saying, like, bro, he just got in this thing. Nobody knew his name.
Wasn't he a redshirt freshman?
Yeah, he's a young gun.
He's a kid.
I got his rookie card, and I was like,
Ohio State to win the national championship next year. Throw money on it. It wouldn't shock me.
But again,
they'll be back.
Ohio State won a national championship with Will Howard, who spent 4 years at Kansas State. They brought in a transfer veteran. Indiana won with a transfer veteran. Miami went to the championship with a transfer veteran. So to those of you that think that Ohio State is crap because they struggled with freshmen, please understand that Ohio State will find its way to get back there. But again, there's 18 teams in the Big Ten. There's like 4. If USC comes up, there's like 4 good teams in the Big Ten.
Penn State will be back.
We'll see.
They'll be back. Don't worry about that.
We'll see. Their fans show up. But
I don't see a real loss for them until they get to USC. They play USC October 10th. I fully expect them to be 5-0 at that point.
Who are they
I don't know who will be playing quarterback for them next year. I don't know if they brought in a transfer or something. I don't know who will be playing quarterback for them, but they're gonna blow out Marshall. They're gonna beat Temple. They're gonna blow out Buffalo. Wisconsin they'll probably beat, and then Northwestern. Then they host USC, and then they go on the road to Michigan. You could easily go 1-1 there. Purdue you'll beat. Washington you'll probably beat. Minnesota again you'll probably beat. They don't play Ohio State next year.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They don't play Oregon. Look at this schedule.
They don't play Oregon or Ohio State.
I'll tell you this right now. So
they play USC and Michigan, which are going to be good games.
Going off of what you said, well, we'll see. Michigan's got their third coach.
Washington's probably the next best game on their
Michigan's
schedule.
got what? Third coach in 3 years? But Marshall, by the way, let's hope that this Michigan coach doesn't give the tic-tac-toe of being investigated. So Marshall.
Yeah, they're 2 for 2 on that.
Yeah, they're going to beat Marshall. They're going to beat Temple. They're going to beat Buffalo. They're going to beat Wisconsin. They're going to beat Northwestern. It's at Northwestern. Sometimes it's a trip 'em game. So, yeah, so they go 5-0. Then they play USC. Let's say they lose, go 5-1. They go at Michigan. That's going to go either way. Again, who's the quarterback on either side and what are they doing? So let's say they lose to Michigan. They're 5-2. They have a bye week. They play Purdue, whatever. Yawn, 6-2. At Washington, 7-2. Minnesota, 8-2. Rutgers, my lord, 9-2. Maryland, 10-2. So yeah, Penn State's going to have a good season last year because, again, the Big Ten has more teams that are not Tier 1 or Tier 2.
Which is why the SEC still reigns supreme.
Yeah,
Anybody trying to tell me different,
right.
Top versus top, sure.
Right.
We'll have a debate.
But if I'm going to play a
conference
schedule,
as a whole, forget it.
Because, like, think about this. If I'm in the SEC and I'm Penn State, those games that are not the upper echelon could be
playing
could be
Tennessee,
Florida,
LSU,
Missouri,
Kentucky,
Arkansas,
Auburn, Florida, Mississippi State, Vanderbilt. Like, you're not beating those teams.
By the way, shout out to Clark Lee, former Syracuse assistant coach, who I got to vote in the Eddie Robinson Award that goes to the nation's top college football coach. He won it. He was honored during the College Football Playoff National Championship week. So shout out to Clark Lee of Vanderbilt, former coordinator at Notre Dame. Before that, linebackers coach under Scott Schaefer at Syracuse. Look at Scott Schaefer's coaching tree, and you'll realize that Syracuse made a terrible mistake firing that man and only giving him 3 years. He didn't even have a full recruiting team to himself. So shout out to Scott Schaefer. Shout out to Clark Lee. Shout out to Vanderbilt. I hope that Vanderbilt gets a top 5 place in the SEC. I would love to see Vanderbilt in the playoff if there was an expanded one. I argued that I'd put Vanderbilt and Texas over Notre Dame. Notre Dame was not my first team out. It was Texas, and then it was Vanderbilt, and then maybe Notre Dame, and then BYU is kind of where my world was. Because I'll tell you this right now. Texas, as a 3-loss team, could have been a friggin' nightmare in this game. I would have rather seen Texas play Indiana than Oregon. I would have rather seen Texas play Miami at some point. I would have rather seen Texas play Ohio State. There's a lot of good things that could have happened with Texas in this thing, and I'm telling you right now, Vanderbilt head-to-head with Notre Dame would have shut everybody up. So Vanderbilt had a good team. They just didn't have a high-quality win, and they lost to Alabama and to Texas. Oh, my gosh. What did I just say? They lost to the teams that would have got them in. Who else lost to teams that would have got them in? Notre Dame. So Vanderbilt didn't get in because they lost to Alabama and Texas. Notre Dame didn't get in because they lost to Texas A&M and Miami. You have to win the key games. You didn't win the key games. If you won the key games, then you would have had a chance to get in. It's very simple. Win your games, and there's nothing to complain about. I was going to say another word instead of complain, but I didn't say that word. So this is the Notre Dame rule. We brought it all full circle. So, Murph, at least you and I both know that in the upcoming college football playoff, 12 to 13 people in a room just have to like Notre Dame enough.
I hope they lose like 4 games next year and we don't have to hear them complain.
They'll
still complain. They will still complain.
But they lost them at a different point in the season. And watch, they'll lose. Like if they lose to Purdue, Purdue will be like ranked 15th the next week.
If they lose, they probably will.
They will. They did that,
and
with
rightfully
Michigan State.
so.
They did it with Michigan State,
and rightfully so. Because if Purdue beats Notre Dame, they're gonna be, well, damn, but Purdue's probably pretty good.
If anybody beats, I mean, Northern. All I'm saying is, why didn't Northern Illinois get a sniff of the college football playoff when they beat Notre Dame?
Well, they got votes for the top 25 after they beat them, but
saying they had a pretty good year after that.
Actually, wait, didn't they get ranked after they beat them?
Probably.
I know they got votes. I feel like they got ranked.
By the way, they did not win and or even play for their conference championship. Northern Illinois and Notre Dame still got in. So Notre Dame, this is what
last year I had no problem with Notre Dame being in.
But this is what I'm going to say to Notre Dame.
This year was
different. If you
different.
lose that game and you're Syracuse, crucified. You lose that game and you think
they got crucified when it happened, but not enough.
Yeah, but you think.
They got roped up there instead of nailed to the cross.
But that's the thing. You think that if you lose that game, think about it. What did people say about Alabama? Doesn't matter what they did the whole rest of the year. They lost to Florida State in week 1. Doesn't matter. But Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois, and they deserve to be in. Same, people making arguments. Also, Notre Dame, we lost those first 2 games of the season, then we went 10-0 against subpar talent.
Against garbage.
Okay, so why can't an American team say that? Why can't a team say that and say, okay, we lost? Why can't Cincinnati go back in time and go, well, we lost to Ohio State in the first 4 weeks, but then we went 9-0? Again, if you're going to make an argument, you have to make it for everybody. You can't make an argument for Notre Dame and then not make it for Cincinnati when it's the same thing. You have to be able to make an argument for both or shut up. That's the reality of it all. Sometimes when you're wrong, you should just shut up. Just don't say it 100 million times, hoping that if you scream it loud enough that people are going to listen to you. See, there's facts and then there's narratives. Sometimes it works out that the facts and the narratives are together. But see, I base my opinion in fact. I base my rankings in fact. I base what I had in the CFP in fact. I don't base it in lollipops and rainbows. But that's where I'm different than other people. I don't hate your team and I don't hate your conference. I don't hate anybody. Because hate is too much of a strong word, as my grandmother taught me. And if you have hate as one drop in your pure soul, what happens when you drop dye in water? Come back and it's all the same color. One drop of hate makes the whole thing murky. I don't have any hate for anybody at all. It was an honor to cover Notre Dame in the CFP last year. I just have to make decisions not based on what I like, but what I know makes sense. And my crazy, moronic, should give up being a broadcaster, apparently, feelings about Miami. Where are my flowers and my apology letters? Did you guys forget to send those just like you forgot to watch games this year? We'll take a step aside for a fast break. When we come back, all I'm saying is, what did they say? My buddy said this, Malachi James. He said, all you people that hate me and say all this stuff about me, keep that same energy when I'm good. Keep that same energy when you're wrong. Just all that hate energy that you're so loud, keep it when I do well. Because all of a sudden, you just go quiet. People go quiet. Like I said, how many predictions have I gotten right? Far more than I've gotten wrong. But if I get one wrong, Murph, there's I told you. Remember when Ohio State won last year? And people were, why are you cheering, Dan? You hate the Big Ten. And Murph said, he never said that.
He never did.
I never once
He
said
may think they have an advantage, but he never said they were bad.
I said they have an
unfair advantage. He never said he hated them.
I said they have an unfair advantage in the polls, and they have to do less to be ranked higher than teams that do much more and don't get it. A team in the Americans got to fight like hell to be in the top 15. Ohio State's got to beat Duquesne to be in the top 2. So that's what I said. I'm not wrong about that. But I never once said bad coach, bad quarterback, bad team doesn't deserve it. Never came out of my mouth.
That's also the reason why I think there should be no college football rankings until you get to about week 8.
The CFP doesn't start ranking until November.
Yeah, I would have no AP poll, no coaches poll. You just play. There's no, top 5 matchups or whatever. You could say it's a top 5 matchup, arguably, but the thing is, and we've talked about this, the rankings always correct themselves.
Yeah.
The beginning of the season, they rank what they rank. It's going to be, it is what it is, right? Ohio State's probably going to be ranked number 1. Georgia's probably going to be ranked number 2. Indiana will probably be in the top 5 because they just won a national championship, even though I would not be shocked if they missed the playoff completely next year. But if you had it that way, where you just play, and then you get to the CFP rankings, and you say, okay, there are no rankings. Let's pick who are the 25 best teams in college football, and let's put them in order. Who has played who? Let's not look at the AP rankings. The AP has their rankings. You're going to see it. Yeah. If you have no rankings, you have no rankings to glance at. Right. So you could just say, okay, these are the teams. This is all the records. Rank them. Do some research and rank them. I guarantee you we would see a little bit less. You'd still see some bias in there and whatnot, but you're not going to see random teams getting ranked in the top 10 that had no business being in the top 10. As we said with Illinois this year, as we said with other teams this year, the rankings corrected themselves. Penn State was a top 3 team at the beginning of the year. They didn't play like a top 3 team. That corrected itself. Illinois gets blown out by Indiana. They had them in the top 10. That corrected itself. So in the end, yeah, the rankings correct themselves. But I don't think we need to get to that point. So we've talked about this. Notre Dame has that advantage that's written in stone, which is messed up. Mm-hmm. The Big Ten's advantage comes from the fact that the top 3 or 4 teams are usually pretty darn good. The rest of the conference, not so much. The SEC conference is really good. From top to bottom. From top to 2/3 of the way to the bottom.
Well, to argue top to bottom, Arkansas is the only team, and they didn't have a great season this season. They're the only team in the SEC to have a 1,000-yard running back that did it with less than 200 carries. They had 4,000-yard backs in the SEC. 4 teams of 16 had a 1,000-yard back this season. Only one of them had a running back do it with less than 200 carries. Where did that running back hail from? Central New York. What school did he go to? Cicero North Syracuse. What's his name? Mike Washington Jr., who just played in the Senior Bowl. By the way, the other bottom feeders, Missouri and Vanderbilt, of the SEC. Missouri's gotten better, and Vanderbilt just had a season that they were almost in the college football playoff. So to the point that the SEC has the best conference, Arkansas had the best running back as far as doing what he did in the time and the amount of carries that he had. Vanderbilt's had one of the best teams and the coach of the year for the Eddie Robinson Award. And Missouri had a weaker SEC schedule, but they have found their way back up. So the literal bottom 3 teams of the SEC have all gotten better. That should show you that even the worst teams in the SEC are still the teams you don't want to play.
And quick, before we go to break, did you see what's going on with Diego Pavia with the Senior Bowl?
I did not. I did. My buddy Dan Villari's at the Senior Bowl, and Mike Washington's also at the Senior Bowl right now. But I did not. I heard about Pavia saying I saw the height is 5'9.5".
Oh my God, that was absurd. But this kid is tanking his own draft stock with what comes out of his mouth. He ain't getting drafted. And I was, when I was looking into, maybe later round flyers that the Jets could take as quarterbacks, he was a guy that I was interested in. But he is single-handedly tanking his own draft stock.
What stuck out to you the most about him, and why you say that?
I think part of it is the cockiness. He thinks he's this all-world player. That, and granted, he had a great year. Yeah. He was rightfully a Heisman finalist. Yeah. But starting after the Heisman Trophy ceremony and kind of going into their bowl game, he just started to show who he really is. This cocky attitude, who thinks he doesn't need to listen to anybody, and is gonna go to the NFL and be a superstar. So he says. Yeah. For the record, folks, there's not a single starting quarterback in the NFL that's under 5'10". There's also not one that's ever been successful. So the fact that he thinks this all-world guy, and just because he was a Heisman finalist, he should be an NFL quarterback. Folks,
my man Doug Flutie, 5'10".
Don't be fooled. And Doug Flutie didn't even have success as a quarterback. He had success more as a kicker.
I think Doug Flutie had success as a quarterback in the NFL.
Not like, well, you know what I mean. Not like real, like he didn't go win a championship or anything.
I mean, but Doug Flutie was also like, the All-American man, and I don't think I ever heard Doug Flutie tell me how great he was. So
exactly, that's the biggest difference.
I also met Doug Flutie.
Diego Pavia.
I also met
Diego
Doug
Pavia thinks he's the second coming of Tom Brady, whereas Doug Flutie knew he's short, knew he's got no chance of being a star in the NFL, but he embraced it.
Well, they also say if you're good at something, you don't have to tell anybody.
Exactly.
You don't just,
This is why Jordan will always be the GOAT. LeBron keeps trying to justify that he is better than Jordan. If he was actually better than Jordan, he wouldn't have to say a word.
Yeah.
Kobe was better than LeBron. Come at me in the comments all you want. Kobe was a better basketball player than LeBron James. LeBron might have been more talented, but Kobe was the better player. He made everyone else around him better. LeBron can do that, but not to the same extent. LeBron couldn't win a championship by himself. He couldn't. Kobe won 2 by himself.
Kobe also scored 60 points in his final game. He scored 60 of the 101 points in his final game to beat the Jazz 101-96. They needed every
He took
every
2
bit
free throws after he tore his damn Achilles.
Yeah.
And walked off the court.
Yeah.
LeBron gets poked in the eye and he's crying on the ground for 2.5 minutes.
Oh, LeBron takes days off when he's totally healthy.
I'm tired. I'm gonna take the night off. Yeah. People that are complaining that LeBron's not going to be eligible for awards and stuff. Well, maybe he should have played.
Right.
Oh, he had a calf injury or what? I don't know what his injury was to start the year. But seriously, this is getting old.
Yeah.
If you are that good, you don't have to go around saying it.
Right. And if you are that good, you would play. Jordan played when he had the flu, and people were like, why does he only have 9 points? Probably because all of the rest of you would feel like you're dying. And Kobe Bryant had a Wilt Chamberlain-esque game of 81 points in like modern basketball history. Like there's so many things that Kobe and what did Kobe didn't want to be Jordan. He wore 24 because it was like, I'm the best now. Like, I'm the next. Like that. It wasn't like I'm going to wear 23. And I'll say this forever. LeBron, if you're better than Jordan, why do you wear your number and why do you do his movies? We're going to take a step aside for a fast break, but not before I say this one thing. The way too early top 25 that I already vehemently disagree with.
Wait a minute. Wait. Can I guess?
Go. Guess the top 5. The third one is,
Ohio State.
I'm not going to load. Just go. I'm not going to load the question. Go ahead.
Ohio State.
No, but go ahead. Give me your top 5.
Not in the top 5?
Well, give me your top 5. I'm looking at the top 5 right now.
Oh, so what I would pick.
Yeah.
So I'm different in this.
Yeah.
Because it's obviously it's a little different in college football as it is to the NFL. I would put Miami and Indiana in there simply because they played in the national championship, and you don't know what the rankings is going to be. You don't know who these teams are going to be next year.
Yeah.
So I'd put them in the top 5 simply because they played for the national championship.
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
I'd put Ohio State in there. I'd put Georgia in there.
Uh-huh.
And then my 5th team is probably going to be Let's say Alabama.
Grab a bucket and get ready to throw up all over yourself. Here's the top 5 that I'm looking at right now. I don't disagree with this one, but obviously losing Mendoza is huge. And they're also losing Elijah Surratt. They're losing Pat Coogan.
They're losing a lot.
They're losing their center. You're not just losing your quarterback, you're losing the center, who gets no love for the fact that he is the first person to touch the ball on every offensive play, not the quarterback. So Roman Hempe's gone, Stephen Daly's gone, Aiden Fisher's gone, Lewis Moore is gone. So they did get the quarterback from TCU, Josh Hoover. They brought in Nick Marsh from Michigan State. They brought in one of my favorite names in anything ever in the world from Boston College, running back Turbo Richard, which I can't wait to see him.
Nice.
So Indiana,
great name.
Indiana's 1, for a running back. Indiana's 1, Texas is 2.
I forgot about Texas.
Notre Dame.
I would have put Texas in the top 5.
Notre Dame is 3.
What?
Exactly. Georgia is 4 and Oregon is 5. If I had to do my feet to the fire right now, I would say my way too early. I would say Indiana 1. I would okay. Who I think is going to be in the top 5, like what I think I would see. I would say Indiana 1. I would say, and that leans on Josh Hoover, but bringing in Turbo Richard is good. So I would say Indiana. I would say, I really like.
I kind of sort of did mine in no particular order.
So I'm gonna say So I would say in no particular order: Indiana, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State.
That's fair.
So I have 2 Big Ten.
That's fair.
3 SEC. But
I'd kick out Alabama and put Texas in there. That's just me, but because I totally forgot Texas existed.
I put Texas and Alabama in my top 5, but I would have Miami just outside of there. But I mean, I wouldn't have Oregon in there.
But Notre Dame, I can understand Oregon.
It is the eternal.
I can understand Oregon.
It's the
but Notre Dame,
eternal narrative. It's the eternal. It's never going to change. Okay, they're losing Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love. They're 2 running backs. They're losing their backfield. They're losing Malachi Fields, their wide receiver, Eli Raridon, their tight end. They're losing Emil Wagner, offensive tackle, safety, Jaden Stroman. They're bringing in Francis Brewu of defensive tackle Pitt. I might have said it wrong. Keon Keeley from Alabama, D-line. Cornerback Jaden Sanders from Michigan. Cornerback DJ McKinney from Colorado. Wide receiver Quincy Porter from Ohio State. Wide receiver Mylan Graham from Ohio State. Kicker Spencer Parath from Purdue. And defensive lineman Tion Gray from Oregon. So, they are bringing in 2 2 Ohio State wide receivers. So we'll see what that could be. But, come on. Let's just stop. It's ridiculous. We're going to take a step aside for a fast break. When we come back here on Wake Up Call inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios, we're going to be showing you some sports cards and having some fun with that here on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora. We thank you for being here. We thank you for hanging out in this college football playoff changes conversation, the Notre Dame rule, and my defense of the American, which only comes to you in facts. We'll be back inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios right after this.
Avicoli's restaurant, located on 7839 Oswego Road in Liverpool, New York, has been serving our community for decades. Your place to go for home cooking on the corner of Route 57 and Wetzel Road is just minutes from Liverpool High School. And every single month, Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora is on site, on location, with Liverpool sports, student athletes, coaches, and administration telling their stories throughout the year. We look forward to seeing you on site at Avicoli's for their casual pizza side, their fine dining, as well as their bar. And of course, you can order online at myavicolis.com. That's myavicollis.com. For takeout, delivery, and catering, call 315-622-5100. That's 315-622-5100. Come on into the neighborhood spot Avicoli's, open 7 days a week in Liverpool, New York. K9 Campground Dog Boarding is your home away from home for your furry-loving friends. Open 7 days a week with drop-off and pickup times in the morning and later on in the day and early evening. K9 Campground Dog Boarding is the spot to trust with your dog for short and long-term stays. Call 315-299-4013 for more information. That's 315-299-4013, and go to k9campground.com as well. That's K, the number 9, KAMP ground.com, where you will find all of the information on their different cabins, which include the classic cabin, executive cabin, grand cabin, and luxury cabin. K9 Campground Dog Boarding, where your dog will have indoor and outdoor areas as well as their own private cabin for any size, any breed, as well as dogs with different needs. Dog parents and dogs alike choose K9 Campground Dog Boarding. Isn't that right, Lily? Looking for your next ride? Look no further than Great Lakes Honda City, located on 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. Serving our community for decades, their new and pre-owned vast array of vehicles are available to you Monday through Saturday on site. To search from home, shop at GreatLakesHondaCity.com. Call 315-365-5576 to set up an appointment. That's 315-365-5576 for Great Lakes Honda City, 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York. Great cars, great people, Great Lakes. Here's a message from Renee from Bryan's Landing, located on 6523 East Seneca Turnpike in Jamesville, New York. Open Tuesdays and Wednesdays for dinner, Thursday through Saturday for lunch and dinner, and Sundays for brunch.
It's a lot like the way that my mom and dad ran their restaurant. We have put in place a lot of people that are family to us, very similar to how my dad hired people that were family to him. And then the tradition I'm carrying on is a lot of the items that are on our menu are my dad's. And he taught our chefs how to recreate his dishes. So I think that Tommy McNerney, who our executive chef is, to him it is an art. And I think that when he does create a dish, it's not just about making the food taste delicious, which is definitely our priority, but it's an art to him, and it's almost like his canvas on a plate where he just wants the colors to look great, and people love it because he takes pride in that. And Bryan and I appreciate that. We want it to obviously look good and taste good. I will tell you, when we opened up, it was 6 weeks before COVID. And what was amazing was the community, our friends and family stepped up, and everybody did takeout. Everybody supported us. Our hearts were just so filled. So to Bryan and I, obviously our friends come all the time, and we just have repeat customers in Jamesville, and I think people going to our previous restaurant in Green Lakes are making the trip to come to Bryan's Landing to support us. And I mean, I think we have great food and a great atmosphere. So it's very, very important to us.
Head to Bryan's Landing, located on 6523 East Seneca Turnpike in Jamesville, New York, where memories have become recipes that are now meals to share with you. Tuesdays and Wednesdays for dinner, Thursday through Saturday for lunch and dinner, and on Sundays for brunch. And be sure to come out for live music Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Life gets busy, and sometimes that means us running around. So K9 Camp Dog Daycare offers you an opportunity to give your dog a place to stay while you take care of what you need to throughout the day. K9 Camp Dog Daycare is located on 228 Old Bridge Street in East Syracuse, New York. You can see it from the highway, and it's just off of Erie Boulevard across from BJ's Wholesale Club. Call 315-437-7110. That's 315-437-7110 to schedule an appointment to bring your dog in and tour the facility. Appointments are Monday through Thursday after 6:30, where you and your dog can see everything that Canine Camp Dog Daycare has to offer, including a self-serve dog wash and a retail store filled with all of your dog's wants and needs, including food, treats, harnesses, leashes, and more, making Canine Camp Dog Daycare your one-stop shop for your furry loving friend. Right, Lily?
Carvel DeWitt, it's what happy tastes like. Do you know why? Because we make ice cream. Creamy, rich, flavorful ice cream. Not yogurt or iced milk like some of our competitors. Ice cream. Fresh, by hand, daily. For the calorie conscious, we have something new for you. Our new Carvelite. Same great flavor, creaminess, and texture of our regular ice cream with only 35 calories an ounce. So whether you want an ice cream cake, flying saucer, dasher, carvalanche, hard or soft ice cream, we will satisfy your craving with our fresh, handmade regular or new Carvelite ice cream. Carvel DeWitt. It's what happy tastes like.
The Wildcat Sports Pub in Camillus, New York is located on 3680 Milton Avenue in the Home Depot Plaza. It is your family-friendly sports bar and restaurant. Folks, some sports bars aren't family-friendly. Some family-friendly restaurants are not sports bars. The Wildcat Sports Pub in Camillus, New York is proud to be both. It is that marriage that you've been looking for years. The Wildcat Sports Pub is your home base for your sports bar and restaurant needs, games for the kids, indoor and outdoor activities, and enough things on the menu to come back every single week and get to try something new. They're open Sundays from noon to 8 p.m., Monday through Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Thursday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to midnight. For reservations and party information, call 315-487-2222 for the Wildcat family-friendly sports pub and restaurant.
GG Cards and Breaks. Like, comment, subscribe.
What's the best sports card and trading card place to go to? That is such an easy answer. Here on the show, when I talk about sports, there's a lot of different opinions, a lot of different ways you can go. But when it comes to GG Cards and Breaks, such an easy answer for me to give. This is where you go Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 6, and on Sundays from 10 to 5. They're on Whatnot. They were on there last night. Anthony was doing his thing, having some fun with some NBA cards. You can see them and experience them in so many different ways, including the trade nights throughout the year at the Wildcat Sports Pub. Go and find singles, packs, boxes, graded cards. You could find 101s, autographs, RPAs, the rookie patch autos, low-numbered cards. You never know it's going to be a GG Cards and Breaks. It's like a really cool scavenger hunt for your kid's spirit. We'll see you over there at 639 Delmar Place in Syracuse, New York, Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 6, Sundays from 10 to 5. Chick-fil-A in DeWitt, it is massive. And I just brought Lily there. You want to know why? Because she's a good girl. And when Lily is a good girl, which she is all the time, I bring her out and we do special treat days. So we got her a little pampered day. She went and got her hair cut, got her nails done. And then she went out to Chick-fil-A, got a little pup cup, and also got the Chick-fil-A fries she loves so much. Head out for your favorites today at Chick-fil-A in DeWitt, corner of Bridge Street and Erie Boulevard. We look forward to seeing you over there. Megan Sorber and her team have done a tremendous job since they came to us in the latter part of last year. And as you head through your day, make sure you go to Chick-fil-A in DeWitt on the corner of Bridge Street and Erie Boulevard. You can't miss it. It's a giant brick building with a double drive-through. Big old dining room, and of course you can always order on the app and get your perks there. Head out to Chick-fil-A DeWitt today and let them know that DT sent you. With that being said, here on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora, where sports meets that thing called life, we're back here with you for our final piece of today's show, and that is bringing you Sports Card Show and Tell. Sports Card Show and Tell is proudly presented by the team at GG Cards and Breaks. Murph's got some things to show, so do I, and it's coming off of our time that we got to be together at the most recent GG Cards and Breaks trade night, which happened in the private party room at the Wildcat Sports Pub on 3680 Milton Avenue in Camillus, New York. So I got a stack of things to show, and so does Murph. So I'm going to defer to him as I always do, and we'll see what he's got.
Yeah, I got some bangers today. One of these I think I've already shown on the show, but I got it back. It was a card I owned in the past that I have since reacquired. It is this really, really nice 2025 Bowman Chrome Auto Relic, number to 10, Ellie De La Cruz.
That's nice. I like that one. I like Ellie, though.
I love Ellie.
I like Ellie. I feel like he's the one that like you bought into before, but you can keep buying into him. Like where some people you buy in and then you get out. I feel like Ellie's that like gift that could keep on giving for a bunch of years.
Yep. We got 2024 Topps Chrome Pro Debut. This is Roman Anthony, numbered to 99. Most of this is stuff I have gotten since trade night. I don't know that there's anything I've gotten at trade night.
Longest home run hit by feet last year.
I think.
Roman Anthony, longest home run.
Yep. We got a 2020
Red Sox
Bowman Chrome Mega Box Auto of Gunnar Henderson.
Nice. Oh, I know that. I feel like I know that pose by Gunnar.
Yeah.
I feel like I know that pose.
We have, this is pretty cool, and it's cheap, surprisingly cheap. It is a purple stained glass from 2021 Prism of Aaron Judge.
Oh, nice.
That was a lot cheaper than I thought it was going to be. Now we have a 2025 Donruss Downtown Ashton Genty. We have a 2024
How much is the Ashton Genty downtown?
About 400, maybe a little more.
If he had an offensive line, it could be 800.
Yeah. We have and I might have to change the team back here. This is a Uptown's Caleb Williams.
And now
we have
the Uptown,
downtown
value versus Uptown value. Like
Uptown significantly less.
Right.
Significantly less.
Like how much?
Probably 40 to 50% less.
I was gonna say. Okay.
Give or take.
All right. So that Caleb would be like what?
Like $300. His rookie downtown's like 700 or 800.
Okay.
We have a Spectra number to 10 RPA of Jahmyr Gibbs. This one I kind of pulled up. These two.
That's a Johnny Roberts card. That's autographed?
Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I might like that card. I might want that.
That is not a cheap card.
I like Jahmyr Gibbs so much.
Yeah. This one's cool. I figured it's not expensive, but it's a cool one. This is from 2024 Illusions. It is a patch auto. It is it's a sticker. That's okay. Number to 75 of Hall of Terrell Owens.
Love it.
This is another one.
His cards were worth it when he was playing Maroon. His cards were worth. They were worth some bucks back then. What is his autograph worth now?
This is like $65, $70.
Okay.
I don't know what his good stuff. How much his good stuff is. This is out of Immaculate. Another, I believe, maybe he's not a Hall of Famer yet. I don't know. Eye Black Auto from Immaculate of Terrell Suggs. This will be cool for my Giants fans. This is out of 2023 Limited. It is a limited membership auto of Tiki Barber.
Oh, I love Tiki. By the way, yeah, him and Rondé, the twins. So, FYI, Jahmyr Gibbs, do you know where he played college football before Alabama?
Before he went somewhere before Alabama?
Exactly. Nobody friggin' knows. Do you know where he went?
No clue.
Georgia Tech.
Sure. We got a full court signs, Topps. This is a nice one. Surprisingly cheap. Auto of Jason Tatum.
How much is that?
About $150.
Put that aside, Murph. Let's We'll converse about Jason Tatum. I interviewed him when he was at Duke. I like him a lot. I just found my rookie card of Jason Tatum, by the way.
So this next one, and then I lead into three, like one pretty big, another very big, and the third extremely big. This is a PSA 9 downtown from 2024 of Lamar Jackson. Just your average downtown.
Yeah.
This is a 2014 Bowman Inception. This is a prospect auto, on-card auto, Aaron Judge.
How much is that? 7?
It's all over the place. I have it at 700, but it is everywhere and everywhere. Anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah.
It is all over the place.
I found some cards like that where I was like 70, 40, 25, 44,
100.
I'm like,
it's
what
nuts.
is going on?
The average is like 650 to 7, give or take.
Yeah.
So that was the pretty big card. This is the very big card. And then the last one is the extremely big card. This is from Panini Threads in 2018. Rookie signatures, numbered out of 105, BGS 9.5, rookie auto of Luka Doncic.
I love that I was at Murph's inception of him buying basketball when he said I don't really want to, and now he gets these big basketball cards like Luka and Nikola as well, Jokic. So
I know. And the last one, as I said, is the big boy. I've never owned. This is by far the most expensive card I've ever owned. This would have been the most expensive card I ever owned until I bought this. I got this card in the exact same deal. It was in a trade. It is a second-year auto from Diamond Kings from 2019. It is sealed. If you have followed my Instagram at all, you know I've got this card now. It is a second-year sticker auto, but that's okay, of the one and only 4-time Most Valuable Player Award winner and 2-time World Series champion, Shohei Ohtani.
wild. Second year
From 2019.
How much is that beautiful bean footage?
Somewhere in the realm of 2,700 to 3K.
Crazy. Insane. I feel like anything Shohei Ohtani. I feel like if you if you took the top of a cereal box and like had him sign the back of it, they're like, yeah, that's like 1,500. So I mean, it's just show anything by Shohei. Literally.
Oddly enough, the guy I got it from had 2 of them.
2 of them.
He had 2 of them, and both went on the same day. This was last Saturday. I got this.
Where in the? Did he pull these himself?
No, he has a shop.
Okay.
So he's got huge money worth of cards.
Somebody comes in and says this is
the cards I traded in that deal. I traded some biggies.
Yeah.
So in that deal, I moved my Jeter auto. I moved my Jokic auto.
Yeah.
The Micro Mosaic Jaden Daniels, I got it up by you. I had a Caleb Williams auto. I had an Omari Hampton Color Blast I got up in trade night. My Jeremy Shockey auto. I think I said the Jokic auto. The Kevin Durant auto I got up there. My Donruss Aaron Judge auto. My Jeter auto. And I got back the Ohtani, the Judge, and the Luka, as well as 1 or 2 other cards in that deal. It was a big deal.
Yeah.
About $10,000, $11,000 worth of cards traded hands in that deal.
It's crazy. It's insane. Well, I have some things to show, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have some fun with it. I have some things to share with you today as well. I love this card. I may get it graded. I really love it. And I've also defended him because I feel like when people get in that like backup insanity where they just want the backup so bad that they'll crap on whoever the starter is. You know, like with people, I'm done with Joe Montana, give me Steve Young. And it's like, well, they're both good. So I'm not saying these 2 guys are those guys, but I just really love this card. And I'm a big fan. And I feel like I'm going to get it graded just because I want to. It's my Quinn Ewers. It's my Quinn Ewers here. This wonderful, it's the red camo refractor rookie card of Quinn Ewers, who I told y'all, don't be surprised if he ends up starting a game for Miami as a rookie, which he did. And my Graham Mertz one, I like this too, because they have the ones where they're like, in their gear, and then they have the ones where you can see their face. So they have like the alternates. And then this one of Ty Simpson that I got a while back, Bowman First. I think I got it a year ahead of time. It's a Bowman First, but it's the pink parallel refractor of him that I feel like somebody will want, especially with him going into the draft. And then I know that he's a backup, but the notoriety, Jalen Milroe, it's just a clean card. It's chrome. It's a rookie. Then you got the Dylan Gabriel. You have Gabriel, the base rookie, and then you have Gabriel, the alternate picture. So I have those two of my guy. I also have two of his autographs, I believe, in my studio. And then I have a Jackson Dart that's still with me. I've sold other ones. And then I got these two guys that I like. Will Howard and RJ Harvey. They're rookie cards. Will Howard, covered him in college. RJ Harvey, shout out to my brother Jason Lucas, who told the world about RJ Harvey. And RJ was one of three running back, probably in the top three. Him, Cam Scadaboo, and Ashton Genty. Genty overshadowed Scadaboo and Harvey, but Harvey's numbers, just to like paint a little picture for you, before he became a rookie with the Denver Broncos this year, RJ Harvey collegiately, I'm just going to tell you his stats, because again, Genty was the one that people were talking about, but it was masking the fact that in his final year at UCF, RJ Harvey in the Big 12 had 232 carries in 12 games, that he took 1,577 yards, 6.8 yards a carry, and he had the year before in 13 games, 226 carries, 1,416 yards, 6.3 yards per carry. His rushing touchdowns in his second to last year, 16. His final year at UCF, 22. So in his last two seasons at UCF, he totaled almost 3,000 yards. He had 2,900 plus yards rushing, 6-point-something yards per carry in both of those seasons, 6.3 and 6.8, and totaled 38 rushing touchdowns. So again, people weren't talking about Harvey. Jason was. Then, going into the season, I said, don't be surprised. Well, actually, going in, I looked at his numbers as a rookie, and I said, okay, well, this is arguably the second best guy running back in the 2025 draft for running backs outside of Ashton Genty. Then I saw Scadaboo live with Arizona State against Texas in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl quarterfinal game. So I was high on Scadaboo. I said, don't be surprised if he becomes a starter of the Giants, which he did. And I was high on RJ Harvey, and I said, don't be surprised if he becomes a starter of the Broncos, which he did. So here's some other things that I have for y'all. I got this from Murph. This is an RPA of Travis Hunter. It is numbered to 99, and it's number 17 of 99. Fantastic looking patch. I like that we can tell.
I think I got it at trade night.
Yeah.
And then when you had a chance to actually look at some stuff is when you grabbed it and said you wanted it.
Yeah, and we can say that this definitely could be the R in Hunter. We know that that's a number or a letter here of the patch because of the indentation. It's a multicolor patch. It's one of the coolest patches I've ever owned in my life. And it's an RPA. I wanted a Travis Hunter RPA. I didn't want to pay what they were online. And so got an RPA from Murph in a deal that we did, and this is of 99. So that's probably staying with me forever. I thought I sold this, but I still have it. It's the Dynamite refractor of Cam Ward. A lot of people pass this card when I put it in my case because they don't see the Miami colors and forget that he played somewhere else, as Cam Ward was on the other side of the country before he came and played for Miami. And so this is his autograph, and this is how he signs. He does an L-looking C with a period and a W, but I still have that for the number 1 overall pick. I'm surprised I have this too. I know that it's college, but Travion Henderson is playing for the NFL title game this week, and I have his autograph. And then I have one of these left by Barry Sanders where you put the coin in here, and I think Curtis Tillman got my other one, so I do have that one. I have a refractor insert of Dylan Gabriel as a rookie, so I got some good Dylan Gabes. I'm going to save this one. I had one Travis Hunter that was, actually it's over here. It's the hot rookies. These actually show him in his Jaguars outfit, so I got a couple Travis Hunters now. I got this in a trade. Caleb Williams, a clean. I like the sideways ones because I was spoiled when I sent my CJ Stroud, and I think I got 2 10s or a 9 and a 10 and sold them both. So I got that Caleb. And then I got these from Murph. I know Murph is really sad that he parted ways with this one, but it's a Bowman first DJ Lagway doing the Gator chant.
Oh, I was definitely sad to get rid of that one.
It's a PSA 10. So if he does well at Baylor, I'm going to be
I hope for your sake, I hope he does. And honestly, I hope he does in general. Yeah. Because I don't hold it against him. I hold it against our coach, but that's just me.
And speaking of the Dynamites, which does pro and college, I have a SGC 9 refractor of the historic ones here of Josh Allen that I feel someone will buy off of me because it's encapsulated, and it's a 9 at least. And then I got these from Murph. Why not grab these two? These are both rookies. They're both refractors, and they're both PSA 10s of a man that I believe you buy now and sell later. My Jaden Daniels, when this season is going on here, I think people are going to be paying me some nice change for those. And then we have an RPA of a guy that I really liked, and I had his autograph collegiately, and I sold it. I bought it early at Arizona. Thought he would be the top receiver or up there in collegiate football this past 2024-25 season, and then I sold it. So now I have an RPA of Tetaroa McMillan, who I'm a big fan of, and offensive rookie of the year is, I think, something that should definitely be in the conversation for that Panther, and I think that card will keep
He's
going
probably
up.
going to win it.
Yeah,
I would think.
Then I held on to
it's either him or Jackson Dart.
Right, and I held on to this one because I got it a year ago, and I said to myself, man, this is a rated rookie card. And if he ends up being their quarterback, this could be worth some money. And I'm holding on to it because if this man continues to do well and has himself a better season, that card of Julian Sayin is going to be worth something here. And I pulled this card very early on in student orientation as the insert. And the last one I have to show is just bringing the baby back home for a lot less. Is J.J. McCarthy, Auto 10, 9.5 for the card. It's J.J.'s autograph with the smiley face. He doesn't sign them all with the smiley face. So it took me a while to find this. I got this card.
I still can't believe it's the exact same one.
I got the card for it was expensive. I got it. I sold it for $170 within the first 3 weeks of this past NFL season, this 2025-26 season. I sold it at the fair for the Collectors Fest, and it is number 2, Elements of the Game. It's 27 of 50. The number is up. It's up here. It's hard to see, but the number is there.
Top left, yeah.
Yeah, it's right.
It's up there somewhere. Mm-hmm.
It's right here.
There it is.
You can see it there. Yeah, 27 of 50. So same card. Murph and I talked about how I wanted a JJ. I wanted his auto with the smiley face.
Did we not talk about it on the show that Monday?
We talked about it right before.
And then we talked about it before we even went to trade night.
We talked about it could have been the day before, right before the event. Talked about the JJ with the smiley face. Kid that I sold it to brought it up to me. I sold it for $170. I got the exact card back. Not even JJ with the smiley face. The exact card that I sold him for $170. Got it back. It's back in my collection, and it cost me $65.
Yeah, now you don't have to. Now you don't have to worry about it because you did what I told you. I do feel for the kid that kind of got stuck with it and lost a good bit on it. But
well, he wanted to get rid of it. I tried to make him, but I tried to. I gave him the offer. He accepted it, and I also, was willing to pay above what I wanted to pay for another card he had, which he ended up keeping. But I did say to him hey, I'll give you more than what I want to pay for this other card. So we'll see if that comes back around to me. But.
Yeah, I mean that would be the hope for sure. But yeah, I mean you took my advice and it worked out in your favor. So you get it back for a fraction of what you sold it for, and it's only fitting that it was the exact same, that it was that exact card.
JJ's home. JJ is home, and it sits right up.
And now you don't have to feel as bad because it probably ain't going back up anytime soon. Yeah. So, it might, hopefully it doesn't lose value, but it's probably not going back up to where it was at any point.
Yeah. So, and thanks to Murph, I have a Riley Leonard, my buddy, in his Colts jersey. And then I pulled this one, which is him in the Notre Dame with the Colts logo. And I still have this rookie of Caleb Williams. So I still have this wild card of Mr. Caleb, which I'm sure I could
wait.
probably sell as well.
Hang on. I also got 2 cards you might want. I forgot about these. From Inception. That's your boy, Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, my dillies.
And from Wild Card,
Dilly.
this is also your boy, numbered out of 2.
I can't see the name.
Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, that's also Dylan. Okay.
They're both Dylan Gabriel. Yeah, I got those in. I got rid of all my littles last week, and those were I took some cards in trade, and then I got cash for the rest. So those were 2 that I ended up getting.
Yeah, and I actually have a 4-color patch here, a former Navy player that I've had for a long time, just because I like it, and I like him, and I talked about him in my coverage of them. It's out of 49. It's called Rookie Gear, and it's his RPA, and it's a 4-color Baltimore patch. And those of you that know me know that the other sick Baltimore patch I sold to Murph in my Lamar Jackson, it's my Keenan Reynolds, was a quarterback, became a receiver, 4-color Raven patch plus his auto, and it's numbered to 49. And so this one I just love, and I've sold cards to people, they just like the patches. I had a Leonard Fournette 4-color dual patch, and this one guy, when we were at Fishtown, he's like, dude, I'm not a Jaguars fan at all, but that's such a sick patch, and he kept picking it up and looking at it. He's like, just give it to me. So I sold it. I have a lot of really good Leonard Fournette cards because, I thought he was the next best thing to Fred Taylor, but he left very unceremoniously and whatever. But yeah, so I do still have some good Leonard Fournettes. I have a ton of his stuff, ton of his rookie auto, like just really nice Leonard Fournette stuff. And I have a dual one of him and Fred Taylor, which I won't get rid of because it's Fred. But I have a crazy Fred Taylor collection and an even crazier Damon Stoudemire collection. With that being said, Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. We decided to spend 4 hours with you today instead of 2 because why not?
Well, we're making up from last week.
Yeah, well, that's true.
We're making up for last week. I couldn't be on the show last week, so we made up for it today.
Yeah, 4+ hours, ladies and gentlemen. Under promise, over deliver, and we're proud to have you here with us. Murph, as always, thank you for your time. Enjoy the NFL title game. They're all written down, folks. They are all here on this sheet of paper, both sides. So we'll see how Murph and I did with our fun, friendly wagers after the game has concluded, and we're back with you the following day. So after Sunday the 8th coming up here, we will let you know exactly what happened and didn't happen in our friendly wagers. Murph, as always, I appreciate your time.
Yes, sir, my friend. I'll talk with you soon. Enjoy the game, and we'll talk with you next week.
Sounds good. Give my best to Mom, Dad, and Molly.
Will do.
Here on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora, where sports meets life, we thank you for hanging out with us inside the Great Lakes Honda City Studios. Great Lakes Honda City, 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard in Liverpool, New York, for sales and service. You can go and visit them Monday through Saturday, and you can get a sneak peek of all their inventory, and all the information you need is with you 24/7 at GreatLakesHondaCity.com. Thanks for being with us up and down the East Coast, Midwest, the West Coast, and all around the globe on YouTube.com and Facebook.com, both /WakeUpCallDT, and on WakeUpCallDT.podbean.com. Once the shows go live, they jump into the archives. Amazon Music, Audible, iHeartRadio, iTunes, and Apple Podcasts, Player FM, Podbean, Podchaser.com, Podvine, Spotify, TuneIn, and YouTube. All you got to do is search Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora, or one word, Wake Up Call DT. And a big time thanks to our incredible partners in Central and Upstate New York, Great Lakes Honda City, Carvel DeWitt, the Wildcat Sports Pub, GG Cards and Brakes, Myers Creek, Brian's Land and Canine Camp Dog Daycare, Chick-fil-A Cicero, Pizza Man, Ma and Pa's, the snack capital of the world. I just did a video from there. Can't wait for you to go inside and enjoy their stuff Monday through Saturday. Ignite your taste buds at Ma and Pa's, 201 7th North Street in Liverpool, New York. Canine Campground Dog Boarding, Mother's Cupboard, Chick-fil-A in DeWitt, Game Point Sports Complex, and of course, Avicoli's. And we are the exclusive multimedia marketing partner of your Bingo Binghamton University Bearcats. It is Bearcat time every Tuesday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, weekly on Wake Up Call. In our exclusive multimedia marketing partnership, you will hear from student-athletes, coaches, administration, and alumni all throughout the year. We've underpromised and over-delivered in our content with Binghamton, and you can find it all by going to youtube.com/wakeupcalldt. Click subscribe, hit the notification bell, find our Binghamton playlist, and, of course, you could also find the Bearcats on wakeupcalldt.com's homepage and underneath the Exclusive Partners tab. For more information, go to binghamtonbearcats.com and go Bearcats. The Onondaga Community College Lasers are exclusive multimedia marketing partners with Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora. Find your lasers with us every other Wednesday on Wake Up Call. We have 2 more specials coming up with the lasers, and we appreciate you supporting the laser. You can go to onondagalasers.com, and of course you can find our content by going to youtube.com/wakeupcalldt. Click subscribe, hit the notification bell, and find the OCC playlist. Thanks to Murph for today. Thank you to you for watching and listening to Wake Up Call on X, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Podbean, and of course we'll be adding them to our archives, so they'll be on Amazon Music, Audible, iHeart, Spotify, TuneIn, so on and so forth. Facebook at Wake Up Call DT, X at Call DT, Instagram at Wake Up Call _DT. From the Great Lakes Honda City Studios, giving you more than you bargained for today. We said 2 hours, we gave you over 4, and we'll talk with you soon by the grace of God. Have a beautiful day. God bless. No stress. Do your best.